or even better than what I am doing today, just by exploring a lot of different stuff. For example, I'll give you a very simple story. There are people back in college I know who just went to, let's say, 10, 15 hackathons in Bangalore or elsewhere, and they just networked with a lot of people. And then they just messaged them on Discord, they showed them their resume, they were like, sir, I'm doing really well here. My branch is not that good probably, my CGPA is not that good, but my projects are really killing it in the resume. You can check it. I met you in the hackathon also. Somebody will hire you, and then those people get hired also, and they are probably getting paid than what I am right now. Okay, so that's one part. The other part is, somebody said I'm not going to do projects at all, and I'm just going to do, let's say, competitive programming. I'm going to push it back to, let's say, master or international master. And once I'm at that level, then it really doesn't matter which project do I have on hand, because wherever I'll apply, I'll definitely get a call back. Because there are probably, like 100 masters in India, of course, right? So that's one part. I never explored that part. I thought, okay, if I go to, let's say, specialist expert, I'll be good for it. Right? Or maybe that is exactly what people just demand, and then above that, it's not required, it's like a hobby after that. A lot of misconceptions. Again, this is first year me. It broke clearly in second year, but this was first year me. I never explored that. And when I came back in fourth year, I understood that, oh, many people are getting placed, many people are doing what they want to do, and they followed a path which was never like this. They did not pick up a sheet like me probably. They did not watch, some channels like me. So, is my path wrong? No. Is their path wrong? No. It's just clarity. You had a clarity in first year that, okay, what do you want to do? How do you want to do it? And you probably network with a amount of people. So you understood that, okay, this is how I can follow this path. I think it suits perfect to my needs. It suits perfect to my attention span. And I think I can work towards it. So they did the work and they are there. So I would have said this. That I think back in my first year I should have explored more. But yeah.
As per you, what are some of the most underrated skills or some of the most overrated and critical skills?
Okay. The most underrated skill is communication. So, the thing is that communication is so easy because you talk to your friends, right? You talk to your mom and dad, you talk to your friends. It's honestly very easy. Honestly, the thing is that communication just goes inside when you are on a public stage like this, for example, or you're presenting it to people you're afraid of, or you're afraid them to judge you, right? So that is an under skill that if people have it, it's something that you should be jealous of. That why don't I have it? Because most of the stuff that you, or as your life progresses along, this is going to be one of the things which is going to come so in handy. You can talk to a lot of people, you can network with a lot of people without any hesitation. You can come up and say that, I'm this, I made this, I don't care if you like it or not, I made this, listen to this idea. And somebody will say, yes, I like it. That is just communication. So I think that is very undervalued. If people have it, people just say, "Arey, iske awaaz projects to hai nahi." If he can speak and he can dictate his thoughts, that's really good. So you should practice that. You should talk to probably people above your age a lot, right? Try to connect with seniors a lot. Try to connect with people who are outside your comfort zone. Try to understand what is their life experiences and stuff. And then try to always have this, maybe take a masked face. Open a YouTube channel that doesn't have your face, that doesn't have your name. That's fine. It just has your voice. Open a YouTube channel like this, for example, and start putting problems there, contest discussion. I'm just giving an example, right? So do public speaking. How can you do public speaking? Anything. I think there was an app like Clubhouse in between that came out, and there people were just sitting and discussing stuff. There are things like this that run on Twitter. There are Discord servers also where you can join and just talk your heart out. So just do that. You need to know how can you express yourself. That has to be really clear, right? And that's the one thing that separates us humans from everybody else. We can express ourselves. So you should know how to express yourself. Okay? So that's an undervalued skill. And I think no offense, I am also from that branch. Overvalued skill would be you dictating your success on the basis of, or you trying to dictate your success on the basis of saying that I am from a very, tier 1 college or a tier 1 branch, that is an overvalued skill. That doesn't define anything. If you are from a very high college or from a very high branch, that absolutely defines nothing. So if somebody tries to do that, then that I think is an overvalued skill. Somebody walks up and says, introduces themselves, hi, I am an IITian, hi, I am, a graduate of, that. That is sort of like, again, it's a very fine line between that. I'm not trying to create any controversy here. It's a very fine line. You can be from there and you would have done really good somewhere else also. Then the first introduction should be that. And to be very honest, people who actually come from that background understand this, and that's why they never say it that way, that, they'll say it other way. They'll say, I'm a founder of a startup which is doing, let's say, $100 million as an ARR every year, for example. So that would be the statement they would like to go for. Not a statement that says that, I'm 30 years old and, I'm still going to say, hi, my name is this, and I am from this college, and this branch, for example. So that's an overvalued skill. I have seen people doing that because I am myself not from like a tier 1 college. So I've seen people doing that in the industry. So that becomes sort of a pain sometimes to see that skill being portrayed in that way. But I think that.
Sir, any skill that will become irrelevant in like next 5 years or so in programming skill?
Oh, I think content writing will become irrelevant, honestly. If you think that you can be a great content writer, I think content writing will become irrelevant. The thing is that I myself did not know content writing, and I was able to pull off decently content from AI. So I think AI is doing that. Okay. Content writing might become irrelevant. Again, this is really dependent on the fact that if AI is able to understand emotions or not, up to a certain extent. If they are not, then probably not. But yeah, pure content writing at least. Like, you cannot come up and just say that I'm a person who just writes captions, right, for somebody. That will absolutely not work. Okay, so yeah, hard truth there, but I honestly feel that. Again, this is my opinion. Can change on the way of how AI goes or something new comes up. But yeah, so far what I've observed, it's not going to work.
Okay, a very recurrent question, that is AI is going to take our jobs.
That's not true. That is something that I want to make it really clear. AI. So first of all, you have to understand what job are you doing. Okay. If you say that I'm doing a job like content creation, it might be taken away by AI. Okay. If let's say you're saying a job that I am responsible to pick up, let's say, an Excel sheet and fill the first column, for example, of data. AI will read that. Why not? The reason is why not. Okay. So the thing is, first of all, what are you doing? When you say AI will eat up my job, are you comparing a job as an SD? Are you comparing a job as a finance consultant? Are you comparing a job as a data analyst or something? No, it cannot. You have to understand how relevant is your job with compared to AI. Now, in SD or at this position or at any other job at that matter, I tell you basic differences. So let's say your product is not going to work for 200 users, but it will work for 100 users, for example. So AI will actually try to make the product work for 200 users. But you are a human, you will take a trade-off and you will say that, okay, I know 200 क्लिंग चल रहा है, but अभी 100 क्लिंग चल रहा है, मैं इसको ऐसे बना देता हूँ. फिर आज से 3-4 साल बाद अगर ये प्रोजेक्ट का रेलेवेंसी क्रिएट हुआ तो मैं इसको स्केल करूँगा for 200. This is a trade-off AI cannot take. This is a very small example here. This trade-off can be expanded to very large criteria in any company, and I mean I am not allowed to say a lot of internals, but I can say otherwise that this happens in Google also. This will happen everywhere else also. That humans sitting together, understand ideas, and then take a lot of trade-offs which the AI never suggested in the first place. That makes your job relevant. That makes you human. That makes you understand that what is required today, what can be done the best here. Even I know it's failing that way. It's okay. Let's say I have built a product which is making you the other. Let's say I'm a team 1, I have made something, and team 2 को उससे issue आता है. some issue आता है. So AI would have not done that, but what I'll do is I'll just walk up and say to the team too, कि भाई मुझे पता है this will fail for you, but okay, this is a workaround, इसको ऐसा कर लो, and are you cool? Do we have trust on each other? And that person will say yeah, sure. And we are sitting on the same floor. How can you reciprocate that with an AI? It's not possible. So AI cannot eat up your job as an SME. AI cannot eat up your job as any other industry specialist in this. AI can work with you. That's the only thing that can happen. That you know this is something that can be traded off to AI. So you have these skills, you understand the product, and you give the right prompt that okay, this is something that I want to do. Of course, the AI presents something that's 70% there, and then the 30% part fails. But because you know the product, so you are able to understand what failed in the 30%, and then you give AI again that these 7 things you did right, these 3 things you did wrong, make these 3 things, and I'm telling you how. I'm telling you how you have to make that. So that I'm too lazy to write that code, I'm too lazy to do that. But I'm going to tell you how. This is how you do it. This is the process. Okay, I'm giving you documentation. Follow this. Oh, okay. Now these 90% there, he's missing that one step. Again, I understand. Yeah, AI is missing this one step. So let's do that. Now, while doing this, probably you do a task that could have been done in, let's say, 5 days. Now in a single day. So AI worked with you, but AI did not eat up your job. Right? So now the thing is that you can now say that I am 10x faster. You can say I'm 10x faster. You can probably leverage that to get paid more. You can leverage that to up your time to understand something else which you have not done, right? 4 days saved, so you can understand some other skills. So AI worked with you. AI cannot eat your job. Personally, what I have seen is AI has made up more jobs. One thing is this, because now almost everybody can have a lot of coding experience because of AI. So now companies are going against that barrier of just not hiring from the top colleges because they think that okay, only in the top colleges the people really understand the product. Everybody, because of AI, is able to understand the product from every college. Every student is able to pick up stuff which maybe is not taught in their college itself. Because of that, companies are expanding their domain. They're saying that okay, I'm happy to hire from a college like this also because they're just studying well from AI and they're able to pick up that skill really well. So what's the difference now? What's the difference of college now? So AI is creating more jobs as per me. So all those Instagram memes, LinkedIn stuff that you see is relevant to the jobs that were meant to be eaten by AI. There are very, very few number of jobs like that, and definitely not which I hope you will target. So if you target the right job, it's not getting eaten by AI. At least I'm hoping not. Okay.
Sir, your take on AI bubble? AI bubble.
Yeah, I mean it has to break. I think it has already broken. I don't think. Do you have any website today on which you can go and say that code up Google Meet for me complete? No website can do that. No AI search that can do that. I think I have heard of these startups like Lovable and all that stuff. So they you open the website and they have written like this one line prompt equals to make your own website and all that. It's not possible. The thing is that again it's a lot of trade-offs. You know that probably your website is only meant for 100 people. AI ends up making something that's for 2 lakh people. And like I don't want that. I want 100 people. What do you do with it? So I think AI bubble has already burst open. I think I have seen trends on LinkedIn where sales were pitched from Lovable also, sales were pitched from Canva AI, sales were pitched from a lot of other AI startups which start off, for example, Cursor is one of them. Sales will start from there, where people really understood that it just boomed and then it stopped. I think you can see the stocks yourself for that. So yeah, AI bubble is already busted. If it's not, it will. But this is a very weird bubble. And again, when you say AI bubble, the AI bubble means that you think everything can be done by AI, and you completely ignore your own skills. This is AI bubble. This will burst. I think it has already bursted a lot, but it is going to just completely blow out of proportion in the next upcoming days. If you just completely start ignoring, you as in, let's say the industry experts completely start ignoring their own skills and their own understanding and just start prompting, then that is not going to work. It is not working today. I don't think it will ever work because of all of this human stuff and interaction that is. So yeah.
going to be your suggestion or a roadmap as you being a ICPC engineer? Someone can follow so that they can also participate in let it be code forces or to participate in ICPC.
I mean, see, the roadmap, again, as I said, you can do everything in 6 months. You can count on fingers. I think I told somebody here only the roadmap right now, but let's say you do 3 questions a day. Okay, that takes you like 1 hour, 1.5 hours stuff. Okay. And then you do like 1 hour of your own VSSUT or something. So that's like a 3 to 4 hour schedule. And you do it for let's say 3 months, that's like 300 questions. Any popular sheet that you pick up which has a standard level of questions is 180, 200, 300 questions max. Now, how many people reach the end? That's the question actually. Most people don't reach the end. They will drop off in the first 50 questions. You know, arrays हो गया, strings हो गया, फिर वापस आ गए. फिर दोबारा 2 क्लास स्टार्ट किया, arrays हो गए, strings हो गए, फिर वापस आ गए. ये होता है. Yeah, that's a loop. So you have to break that loop. You have to get up to going to higher level topics. So like 3 months for this probably, and then 3 months for just exploring the left part. Can be parallel. You do 10 days here, 10 days there, 5 days there, 5 days there. Explore a dev area. Explore stuff that you like making. Could be one stack, could be IML, could be crypto, could be just like purely, let's say, trading, something like that. Purely making ML models. Could be anything. So you explore that area. So I feel that 6 to 7 months is a very good time if you're giving like 4 hours every day to that particular thing, and it's achievable. It's definitely achievable. So that's like a very drastic roadmap. Now the thing is that many people will claim that this roadmap otherwise doesn't work. It's not conventional. You can do anything beyond this, which could be true because as I said in first year, I did not explore any route. So this was like a standard route for me. Right? I followed it. I said, okay, let's work around this. Let's be dedicated towards it. And now that it worked for me, I feel that yes, it can work for you also. Maybe it doesn't, but then it's just 6 months, right? Probably after 6 months, you will understand that it doesn't work for me. You will understand, okay, something else can be done. So it's not a lot of time also to give to your whole career. That's one thing. Other thing is, any career, anything, jobs which come from BTech, span up to like 40 years. If you lose the first 2-3 years, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter when you have started off. You get into a company which pays you something like that. 2 years later on the job, or 3 years later on the job. It's a 40-year career span. In 40 years, you're going to be somewhere else. Okay. The best thing to understand or put it this way is, you cannot compare yourself with somebody who did not start from where you are. So the comparison should be where I was today, where am I today. That's the race that you okay? That's the race that you want to actually get ahead of. So yeah, I feel the best case would be that you, if have nothing off the top of your mind, then pick up a very basic, just 6 months sort of a roadmap. Just do problems, complete like let's say 300 questions, do your dev part, sort it, network a lot, talk to people, get your resume sorted on board, and then just try applying. And then figure out what went wrong. If what I think personally is, if you have done this, it will not go wrong. Because it's just not me, it's so many examples I know of in my college, all my peers and all that stuff. People ahead of me also. Everybody has at the end of the day just given 4 or 5 hours of their life to this, to doing something like this. And that's why they're there, right? All the people that I know. So, yeah, at the end of the day, it's very
Sir, how to balance DSA and that?
Like, so this is actually very हाँ मतलब ये बिल्कुल ऐसा वाला चीज़ है कि मतलब मुझे चाइनीज़ पसंद है, मुझे इटालियन पसंद है, तो मैं 2 दिन चाइनीज़ खा लेता हूँ, 2 दिन इटालियन खा लेता हूँ, नहीं मज़ा नहीं आया, 5 दिन खा लेता हूँ इटालियन, 5 दिन चाइनीज़ खा लेता हूँ, ये वैसा वाला चीज़ है. So I said it right, you do 10 days of dev, you do 10 days of DSA, you do 2 days of dev, you do 2 days of DSA. It's completely up to you. Clarity. You have to figure out that what suits you best. For example, for me, what suited best is मैं 1 महीना crazy dev करता था, sorry 1 महीना crazy DSA करता था, और फिर मैं एकदम I was completely exhausted. I was not able to process any algorithm after that. So I just said, okay, let's take a step back and just make one full project. That one full project used to take like probably 10 days, and then after 10 days I was back to DSA. So this was my 30-10. It was something which was not followed by anybody. किसी का सबका अपना रहता था. somebody used to come up and say, exam just khatam ho gaya, project banane ka man kar raha hai, ho gaya exam hata a project banata hu. They used to do 5 days of project and then come back to DSN. So people used to manage like that. It's just clarity. You need to be really clear that what do you want, which flavor do you actually like having, all the things.
Now coming up to let it be that we are making certain resume or stuff. How should we curate it so that it is going to be seen by a certain recruiter or stuff?
Right. So I think I said this yesterday. Resume should have an X factor, right? If you're able to do something which sets you apart from a lot of people, that's a good resume. That's one thing. This is the philosophical aspect of that you get something good X factor based on the resume. And then there is of course a very standard aspect of that the resume is made on, let's say, overleaf. It's made in a markdown language, latex language, and it doesn't have all those colors and icons a lot and different fonts and stuff. A very classic resume on Times New Roman, just on black and white, is absolutely fine. Okay, that is the actual resume that works, by the way. And there's a reason behind why it works. It's not really good to look at, I understand that. Colors and all that, pictures, badhiya lagta hai. It's not good, but then the thing is, your resume is not a Canva resume. Your resume is a professional letter of just telling what you've done. That's all. So it should be something which is really easy to look at in terms of reading, and then very easy to process by algorithms, because sometimes people do that AI filtering, which we call as, I'm forgetting the term there, but so yeah, there is some algorithm that runs on the resume. It picks up your words, keywords. It is going to pick up those keywords, and it's going to map those keywords. For example, you apply to a job which is more about crypto, and you have a crypto project. So how does the HR know without seeing a resume that this is a resume I should look at? Some algorithm will pick up the keyword. There are written truffle, Ganache, and MetaPoint and something, MetaMask and stuff, which are domains or tools used in crypto and blockchain. So it will pick it up and it's going to send to the HR that, okay, I found these 10 resumes which have mentions of these 10 words. So you can look at it. Now out of the 100 resumes, you got 50. Right? So when that has to happen, your resume of course has to be just black and white. If it's colors, the resume doesn't get shortlisted because the AI doesn't get it done, for example. It's not AI, it's called OCR, but the OCR will not get it done, for example. So you have to have this basic clarity. Resume अच्छा दिखने में Canva वाला चाहिए. I need a black and white resume. I need Times New Roman font. I need readability. ऐसा readability can be judged this way. Just keep the resume like this, can you read it? Not like this. Can you keep it like this? Can you read it? If you can read it, that's good. Okay. So that's a resume that shows readability. And then you have an X factor. Now when I say X factor, I said this yesterday also. You need, if you're doing dev, you are not supposed to be a dev where you're saying that, I'm such a good dev that I am doing amazingly well everywhere in every project. You just need that one or two projects, really. Okay. But which just defines you. Like, जिससे तुम्हें, for example, I'll give you a very strong simple example. I think or not even I, this is teamwork again, but 2-3 people of us, we made a project which is able to, by your eye movement, is able to move your mouse. Okay, so if you do a left click, right click, so people who are paralyzed from the neck below can use their face and their eyes to control their system. Right? Nobody made this in the college. Nobody made this. We made this. We got printed in the news, and then we were known, at least for the next 1 year, by everybody around us. That these are the 3-4 set of people who made a project which is able to control the mouse. That's all. Now controlling the mouse is not a big deal. It was not even working very nicely. Okay, it was not like बस अब तो मतलब हमने किसी को पकड़ा दिया हो तो that person is able to probably do everything that you could have done with your hands with a computer. But it was still different. It made you an X factor. Whenever I used to be introduced in interviews and somebody used to pick up my project, I used to introduce myself to that project, that I have made this iris detection program where I am able to control my system with my iris and I am able to achieve, let's say, some 85% accuracy. It also works for you if you're wearing spectacles. It also works for you if you don't tilt your head. And if you want to try it, I have my laptop, I can pick it up. So most of my rounds used to sometimes go like this. Okay. Now this is just one project, and ये प्रोजेक्ट इंटरेस्टिंग ऐसा हो जाता था सब उसमें बात करते थे फिर पूरा राउंड हाफ एन आवर 45 मिनट्स का राउंड ऐसे ही उसमें निकल जाता था आई डिड नॉट हैड टू jump to any 2, 3, 4 extra projects to just to tell these people that I am capable enough to pick up your tech stack also tomorrow and contribute to your company also. So that was an X factor, for example. Okay, when I was applying to Google, I made an app on background tracking, and at that time, what happened is Google and Apple had a fight. So Apple had made something where they were asking people not to track something like that. So whenever you install an app, they will basically ask you that. It's not a problem. No, it's okay. So I was saying that.
Okay, so Apple was asking people that you install an app and that app could probably track you. So they used to give them a notification that ask the user not to track. And because of that, of course, Google also started doing that. It was a privacy concern, probably. I think United Nations or somebody released this as a whole Geneva Convention that you cannot spy on people. So Google started doing this that, okay, don't do background tracking, ask a person if you want to get the app tracked. And I think now you must see even Android phones when you install some apps, they ask you that, this app is going to track you, do you allow tracking, do you allow background tracking on that? उस टाइम पे ऐसा नहीं आया था कुछ. So I just made a normal, very basic app which just opens up and is able to run in background. And it was not even my original idea. I just found that online there were like 2-3 repositories on that. But it was actually looking like a concern because people were talking about it. I found on LinkedIn, people are saying that, हमारा तो पूरा ऐप ब्रेक डाउन हो गया because अचानक से गूगल ने पॉलिसी चेंज कर दी है, अब हम कैसे करें all that. एंड अब हम कैसे बताएं यूजर्स को कि हम उनको बैकग्राउंड ट्रैक तो कर रहे थे लेकिन उनसे कभी परमिशन तो ली नहीं, अब तो उन्हें बताना पड़ेगा, फिर वो मना कर देंगे तो हमारा तो ऐप ही पूरा फेल हो जाएगा. So all of this started as a news on LinkedIn, and again I was following the right people. I got to know, oh, I think this is a problem. I just made something. I put it. I had to of course put that this is Google Play. This is on Google Play Store. 50 users are just using this probably, not a lot of users also. But I kept it at the top and I applied to Google. And when I applied to Google, I feel I got shortlisted because of that. Because they just mapped the keyword. Okay, Google Play Store, background tracking, bus. That is just one callback that I got. And it was helpful. I got a callback. So what is your X factor? Now, as I said, X factor ऐसा तो हुआ नहीं कि मैंने कुछ ऐसा बना दिया which just made me millions of dollars. I founded a startup or something, and it was nothing like that. It was just some random thing I saw on LinkedIn, which made me think that why are not people making something on this? Can I make something on this? AI was of course not back then when I was doing this, so I had to do a lot of research and just do some work around, do some stuff. I am very sure it will fail if the app scales up to let's say 1 million users. It will absolutely fail. Okay, but it's okay. I made it for like 50-100 users. I just made it. It was fun, and I presented it, and I said that I have made this. This is how it works. And in my Google phone call, I talked about it. That okay, I think this was a problem. I'm not sure what are you guys doing inside Google right now. I think of course you guys are something working on this only. But this is very noob sort of a design that I have made, and it just works. It just is able to background track people on a low battery also. And I think I'm happy I have made this. I just talked about this. So X factor is this. When you apply to a company or you're fully applying to a company, you just understand something that sets you apart, and could be anything. And if you have that, then there are higher chances for you to get shortlisted. There are higher chances for the HR to think that, oh, this is just not another e-commerce project, for example, or this is just not another, resume that I have seen so many times. So yeah, that helps.
Sir, one personal question actually.
Yeah.
What's your take on the matrices on the resume, like numbers? I made this 12% more secure, 10% more faster.
Yeah, so I like that. The thing is that you can pitch it, you should pitch it, but there should be a lot of backing data to it. So if you say I've done a 10% improvement somewhere, and I ask you how, nobody is able to tell how. How did you analyze this benchmark that you did a 10% improvement there? And this is where the real problem lies, because then you're able to understand that, like the interview is able to understand it's just beautification of the resume and not probably clear understanding of the whole idea. So yeah, this is why it happens. So personally, this is my opinion. I like that. It's good that you're able to include metrics into your resume for your project. For example, I did this improved this, by this person, and all that stuff. But then be prepared to answer rigorous questions around it. How did you actually come to that benchmark? Did you use a tool? Did you do a survey for like 100 people in your college? How did it work?
How do someone like us reach out to various industry experts like you, or send their cold mails to various recruiters so that they can show their work?
So first networking that you should do is probably a lot of friends in a lot of colleges. That's very basic. Okay, with the right friends, you get to just know that which companies came in some. So I'll give an example here. I think IT Bhubaneswar is next to you, right? People who belong to the regional cities there probably will have some friends who might be studying in IT Bhubaneswar, for example. Now IT Bhubaneswar can be treated as a benchmark because most of the companies that will think I have to visit, the state will probably visit IT Bhubaneswar, for example. Right? And they might not come to your college. So you got a lot of friends, you understood that okay, this company came, this company let's say went away or is going to come. And then you just find the top 5 HRs from that company on LinkedIn. You have, let's say, LinkedIn Premium. It's a 3,000 rupees subscription per month, per year. So that's 300 rupees. Not 300, I think, what, 200 something, 300 roughly, less than 300 rupees per month. Nothing. That's nothing. You get it. Now you have the access to message people and cold email people directly, and then you just start blasting DMs. Alright, so blasting DMs, and the DMs are very, very specific, very, very specific. So it's not one generic template that you have, but rather it's more about hi, I'm this, I've made this. I know you went to this college. I know you might have numbers. I'm ready to interview. Can you give me this opportunity? Thank you. That's all. This is what is required. At the end of the day, imagine yourself, right? Let's say you reach an HR position and thousands of people are being you on your LinkedIn. You will like the generic template. No? You will like that one person who had no, talk about I am this person, I have a CGPA in this, I belong to this branch of this college. Thank you and regards for your time. I have done these many questions on lead code. Nobody cares. Right? You have to be really crisp. You will say, I have made this is really impactful, this is my resume. And just one line probably about, let's say, you want to flex around the number of questions probably, just to show your understanding of, let's say, algorithms. And then you come to the direct point, that I see there's an opportunity open here. I know that you guys visit a college nearby. Few of my folks told me, few of my friends told me. I think you have not been able to complete your overall hiring numbers from that college. I am hoping if you can give me a small interview opportunity to take in that role. That's all. Okay, but there's a 1% acceptance rate. So when you do 100 such messages, one guy is going to reply back, right? Which means if you have to be really honest, you have to do 10 messages every day, probably, which LinkedIn will allow you to do. So you have 10 messages every day, which means you have 300 messages every month, which means in a month there is a chance that you will get 2 callbacks, for example. And in a month, getting 2 callbacks is amazingly good because then you just have to prepare for that callback. You sit well, there will be like, let's say, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, 4 rounds, and then you get an opportunity and then you have an offer. So, I'm making it sound really simple, but the reason it's really that simple. You just have to message people. You just have to express yourself and tell people that, hi, I am this person, I'm learning this skill set, I know your company requires this skill set, I'm going to fit for a role, can you please try and give me a small opportunity role? There's a guarantee that one guy is going to send you an online assessment link and say, चलो ठीक है, ले लो इसको, देखते हैं क्या रिजल्ट आएगा, क्या स्कोर आएगा, we'll tell you. Right? अच्छा चलो ठीक है, तुम्हारी फोन कॉल रख देते हैं, इंटरव्यू टाइप की फोन कॉल रख देते हैं, हमारे HR के साथ तुमसे पूछ लेगी या पूछ लेगा कि क्या क्या सीन है तुम्हारा, बता देना. ठीक है, फिर हम देखते हैं क्या मैप करते हैं. You will never guess the number of opportunities you will come back to because of all of this that you did. Okay, so this is purely off-campus thing, and this is purely what I did also. Okay.
For Google, a quick update would be here is on Google, nothing else works. Google has a full careers page. It's just because Google is on those, top MNC levels of, they have a structure there where they're following. Every company like Google also follows that. So for Google, Meta, Amazon, all these places, these don't work like this. उनके HRs को ऐसे reply करके don't expect an answer because their HRs also are not handling all this. It's a full career space they have made for you to apply. So in this scenario, you have to follow the careers page. You have to just keep updated yourself with all the career pages that are out there. Very easy again, pick up the top 20 companies and make the bookmark, right? And every week, and in your Sunday free time, sit 1 hour and just check all those 20 tabs. Is there any role that opened up in engineering department, which is called SD, for example? If it opened up, read the requirements, submit a project, fill it out. Okay. So this is what works with companies like this. And companies which don't have a careers page or companies which have a lot of HRs who are very vocal, you figure out their top 5 HRs and you start submitting your posts to them. So this is the classic off-campus scenario, how you get placed, how you get visible. That's all.
Sir, have you ever worked with someone you would call it 10x step? And what made them stand out? Was it AIs?
Yes and no. I'm right now working with people like this at DLE. Like even our own technical head is really, the chief officer that we have for tech in DLE is probably one of the smartest guys in tech that I've seen. And no, AI is not what makes him. I think what makes him, by the way, you guys can search him, he's called Pavitra. So what makes Pavitra, I think, really good at it is because he understands all these trade-offs. He understands what AI cannot do. He understands the limitations there. So he's able to tell exactly, on that level that you can make this work with AI, but you cannot make this work with AI. So he knows exactly when to say this, so that the right people are able to understand that. And and just his immense experience in just doing this so far. So yeah, I have worked with the 10x. I'm working with the 10x. And then I took a reference to this person that I said that he told me that he went to hackathons and then he got an offer and all that. So that was another 10x dev that I have met. Really, really crazy. I think he worked on a lot of low-level systems. He was able to make some algorithm which was working really well on low-level systems. So directly applied in hackathons, he went to people who are running startups on silicon chips, and he just applied them and said that I'm from a engineering background. I'm very interested in this. I made an algorithm. Can you give me a very simple offer and come to Bangalore? You can keep me for 2 months on free period. That's fine. But that will work for you. And then he got an offer. So yeah, I think I have 2-3 examples like this. And no, AI doesn't make them what they are.
There are many introverts like in the industry. So how can they come up or connect with various recruiters or let it be like you are an expert?
You're sitting here while I'm saying you're an introvert. And the other thing is that, as I again said, right, you might have to interact with people who you think will probably judge you, probably think very low of you, that कहाँ से आ रहे हो अभी तुम्हारे पास तो कुछ भी नहीं है, ऐसे करके. But it doesn't matter really at the end of the day. It's just another person who is just thinking something of you, and तुम नहीं भी ये चीज पूछोगे तो भी कुछ लोग तो अभी भी सोचते हैं तुम्हारे बारे में कुछ ना कुछ. तुम्हारे फ्रेंड्स होंगे, कोई ऐसा फ्रेंड होगा जिसके साथ तुम्हारी बात होती है, किसी से फर्स्ट ईयर में लड़ाई हो चुकी है, फोर्थ ईयर तो दोस्ती नहीं बची है, वो कुछ और सोचता है. So it doesn't really matter. It's just another person, right? So if you have to talk to industry experts, you have to just go there and say, I am this, I belong from here, and probably try to do a little bit of small talk, find some common ground, and just start conversing. That's all. You just need this barrier breakage that क्या हो जाएगा. I'll laugh at it's okay. It's fine, absolutely fine. It all doesn't really matter. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter at all. It's really hard. This is actually a really hard task. Whatever I told is LinkedIn roadmap, yes, a lot easier because this is completely you. Sit with a laptop, solo working, night, day, nobody's seeing you, you can work under the blankets, nobody cares. So this is really, really easy. This is really tough. That is why I said this is undervalued, right? I can say right now that you have to do this, but you might not be able to do it, right? So but you have to do it, right? Again, it's a fear you have to overcome. You have to do it eventually. And I think the best way to probably start is with people who might think that might not judge you a lot. Probably can be your own college seniors first, because खुद के college seniors तो शायद इतना नहीं सोचेंगे, उनसे कुछ पूछिए. Then you can expand it again a little bit. You can talk to more people around, right? And then eventually go to probably messaging somewhere which on LinkedIn, right? You can so that doesn't really matter, okay? So yeah, you just have to take that first step, and it's very easy. You take the first step, second step is easier. You take the second step, third step is easier. So, yeah.
Sir, is resource hopping like concerning? Like आज मैं एक प्लेलिस्ट कर रहा हूँ, कल दूसरी वेबसाइट से पढ़ लिया थोड़ा सा, परसों और एक प्लेलिस्ट पकड़ लिया, तो क्या मैं ये करते हुए भी सीख सकता हूँ या फिर I should stick to like एक resource?
Like very subjective, I think. See, इसको ऐसे बात करते हैं. तुम एक resource पे काम कर रहे हो, and that resource is teaching you in English, right? And you don't understand anything because it's taught in English. Please switch. This is one aspect. Now, when you switch and you ask this question, are you wrong? No, you're not wrong, because both चीजें चल रही हैं. Other aspect is you understood it that way, but just because you think that you understood it that way, and you just have this nature of exploring or going with the trend that on Instagram किसी ने ऐसे आया और डाल दिया, ऐसा वीडियो स्टार्ट करो, उसमें बुक होगा ऐसा पूरा कि top 50 versions of SQL, अभी लिंक डालो नीचे, मैं काउंट करता हूँ, ऐसा कुछ होगा. And I'm like, यार मैं जो SQL वाली शीट पढ़ा हूँ वो डर कर रही है मुझे, ये तो top 50 बोल रहा है, ऐसे बोल रहा है कि भाई ये तो मतलब he set my life for SQL. So let's comment down below, get that 50 sheet and just forget what I was doing and let's shift it. That is wrong. Right? That is wrong. You need to have a very clear reason why do you want to shift from a resource. You picked up a resource that has been taken by, let's say, hundreds of people around you, and then you say, this is not working out for me. Why? That why has to be really strong. That why cannot be just because I saw another Instagram post around some other resource and somebody in the comments said, oh, this is really good, this worked out for me. And you're like, फिर तो मैं जो कर रहा हूँ तो खराब है. That is not true. If you really understand that it's actually खराब, that means तुम उसको complete करो पूरा. उसको complete करो, फिर दूसरा start करो, और फिर एक clarity मिल जाएगी, ठीक है? ये generally खराब था. But अगर complete नहीं किया, then you are way before line. To just take 2-3 videos out of a 40 playlist. Even by the way, this is what like I mean I will not take a name here, but you know when I say should I talk about DSA, you look up the top DSA videos from that person, okay, and from that channel. You open the first video, it will have like 4 million views. You open the last video, it will have 100k views, right? Now, are you saying that that person who is teaching something which is not good? No. Are you saying that that person who is teaching it did not work out for a lot of people? No. This is what happened. People started with the top 3 videos, and then they saw some other creator around it, and then they said that, let's just shift. That creator is just, he has a nicer looking video setup, and he has a nicer looking Instagram channel, and probably he looks also nice, or she looks really nice, okay, and I just shift to that channel, and I'm going to study from that person now, okay, and this is where people from that channel will shift, okay, but that's not true. So if you actually shifted, what was the exact reason? That should be really clear. Okay? So yeah, I feel that is there. So I have personally hopped a lot of resources. This was one of the reasons. I picked up a channel. I picked it up because somebody said that he's a really good competitive programmer. He's from Russia. He's international master. He's going to teach DP like crazy. So I'll take a name here, Ericto for example. I picked up Ericto's channel. Everybody told he's teaching really well. I understood nothing. And when I understood nothing, it's because the way he was explaining stuff, he has this Polish accent because he's from Poland. And I was not able to pick up any words there, any emotions there. And then I picked up, let's see, maybe from, I think, Aditya Verma. And I thought, okay, this is really good. He is actually, pausing and doing all those idiosyncrasies where मेरे से कोई ऐसे बात करे, अच्छा समझ में आया, बढ़िया लगा, मजा आया, चलो अब इस पर चलते हैं, ऐसे करके बात करे. So that is very good. So I learned from him. So this is completely on you, where you resource of should be a very clarified reason why you resource of.
You yourself being an educator also, what made you respond to a student's message in the past? For example, over here, you have connected with Saptarshi. So, what are certain things that make you connect with Saptarshi?
Honestly, I think this is. And see, the thing is, I feel that when I was in my back first, probably I didn't have a lot of savings, they were just telling me stuff. So I just feel that I should probably reply back to people so that they understand what can be done better. So I think that is one of the reasons I did there. Another honest reason is Satoshi was on the Discord server for TLE. So I thought I would bring up like this that if somebody from TLE channel has texted, so I cannot ignore that also. Right? It's just community. I'm not saying it's TLE, it's a community. It's a community thing that got response there. Of course, I have a lot of DMs even right now on LinkedIn which I haven't responded. Probably because of that, probably I will respond to a DM which is from my college, could be there, right? I am not a perfect human being there. Probably when you will reach a position, I hope so, even greater than me, this all will happen to you also. You might not be able to respond to a message every time. So yeah, I think this was really a lot of coincidence there with TLE and everything. So I did work out that. There is no strong reasoning behind it. And when I responded, then it was a clear path that if I responded, let's put my 100% there because there's actually somebody who's trying to do something. So why not? Or a set of people behind him like your college are trying to do something. So why?
Sir, we had a conversation earlier last night. और आपने बताया था कल्चर के बारे में कि like how culture plays a important role in getting jobs or anything else. हम कैसे ऐसा एक कल्चर यहाँ पे बना सकते हैं हमारे कॉलेज में?
Yeah, it तो मतलब you have to understand this will take a lot of time. That is one important thing, right? Culture will not be built in 1 year, 2 years, 3 years probably. I think it should have like 5-6 years of roadmap at least to build a culture. Okay. But the very first step in culture would be that you have to understand what is like not working out for you, and that not working out thing cannot be pointed towards college, CGP or branch. You have to understand that. College, CGP or branch cannot define culture, right? Because of that, if you pull down yourself, a lot of people pull down themselves against that, and then culture never starts developing. But if people don't pull that against them, and everybody here, let's say, find their X factors, then people start applying a lot, people start getting a lot, and then let's say, I think what 27 batch students, if collectively have, let's say, 40 offers on hand, for example, 40-50 offers on hand, and then 3 years down the line, all those 40-50 people on LinkedIn, all the people below you, 28-29 folks, see you that there are 40-50 seniors I can follow, connect with, and then these 40-50 people to talk to is a large set for that 29 graduating student to talk to and understand कि भाई ये नहीं ये कर लूँगा ये नहीं ये कर लूँगा 50 examples हैं फिर he will do other people will do and so on. Right? So yeah, that is exactly what will build culture. Okay, so
what are certain top 10% habits that separate those top team level students or professionals from mediocres?
makes sense. I think there is this one skill. If you got stuck, how will you get unstuck? That's the only skill that I think I have. A lot of people I think don't have that skill. So what happens is, could be any task, pick up cooking, could be any task. You're cooking, you think you'll learn something in cooking and you'll make it one dish and then you're done. Right? No, you're not going to do anything else. You pick up a guitar, you would start learning, you do like 1 week, you're done. You pick up coding, you do RS strings, you're done. So it is just getting stuck at some place and then making sure it is unstuck. This is the only skill which is separating a lot of people from achieving great things in life from being right now in their whatever you call that state as. Okay, this is everything.
सर यहाँ पे बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो लाइक ये से शुरू करते हैं एने खत्म करते हैं देन इंग्लिश चाहते हैं देन फिर वापस एने में आते हैं फिर इंग्लिश चाहते हैं फिर एने फिर इंग्लिश नहीं चलता है तो लाइक इससे कैसे जाएगा आप और ये सब
नहीं मतलब honestly I have to understand this कि इससे breakout क्यों नहीं हो रहा है मतलब what do you think is the problem? Like so let's say I've done arrays, I've done linked list. If I've done arrays and I'm doing linked list समझ arrays समझ में आ गया तो linked list में होता है. अब are you trying to say this कि मुझे linked list समझ में नहीं आया इसलिए मैं arrays वापस गया? No. I think the only thing that can happen is you did arrays, you did linked list, and फिर 10 दिन का gap आ गया, and now you're like, अब कहाँ से start करूँ? Let's go back to arrays. So this is the stuck thing that I was saying. So ऐसा तो हो नहीं सकता that if you're doing 30-40 days of continuous DSA, you did arrays, you did linked list, और फिर तुम दोबारा घूम के arrays पे आ जाओ. ऐसा तो कैसे होता है? Unless वो playlist ऐसी बनी है, arrays, linked list, arrays, तब तो हो नहीं सकता. क्योंकि arrays, linked list के बाद तो strings है, फिर stacks है, फिर queues है, फिर dequeues है, फिर ऐसे और नीचे बढ़ता है. So how is that possible कि arrays linked list पर arrays पे आ गए? Unless there was a break and you felt कि 10 दिन हो गए अब दोबारा DSA खोलते हैं और अब DSA चैप्टर 1 से खोलते हैं, कुछ याद ही नहीं किया शायद उस टाइम पे, कुछ समझ ही नहीं आया शायद उस टाइम पे. शायद मैं आपको मैंने बस बोल दिया था कि मैंने arrays linked list खोली, मैं arrays linked list खोली नहीं था. ठीक है. So the only thing that I think can happen like this is this. If that doesn't happen, then this is not possible. Alright? So when you get stuck, you have to understand that this is why I got stuck. I took a 10-day gap. That 10-day gap totally removed my determination, totally removed my focus span. So that should not happen next time. I should probably stay for 20 days straight, and let's say I can push beyond it.
What's your take on vibe coding? Like बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग हैं जो बहुत कुछ बना चुके हैं प्रोजेक्ट में, बट खुद से अगर एक बस कैलकुलेटर बनाने के बोला जाए तो नहीं बना पाते.
Yeah. So. Big issue. Yeah. See, as I said, right, if you, okay, let's put it this way. Vibe coding is really good in this scenario where when I tell you, when I say that to you that you have to make a calculator, and it's not a basic calculator, I end up saying that, you know, this calculator should do some sort of advanced calculations also. You should know that how this calculator should function, so you should be able to prompt it really good. So there is a very fine line in this sort of vibe coding. Vibe coding is key, you know, you just gave a prompt, something came out, it needed to code, so you said it's good, and you're done. This is vibe coding. This is the aspect of vibe coding which you have to avoid. Vibe coding is, I knew what I had to make. I made it really quickly because AI was there, but now I'm going to be the best critic. So think of the time that you have saved. If you have to make a project in 5 days, you made it in 1 day, 4 days left. Take your 4 days and be the best critic to your own project. Go to ChatGPT and say that I have made this, or you made this only, you made this. Now figure this out. What are the top 30 things wrong in this? What can be done better? Because I think everybody can understand this. When you sit for an interview, the person is not going to ask this or say this to you. क्या बढ़िया प्रोजेक्ट बनाया है, चलो अभी तारीफ करना स्टार्ट करो. 4 अच्छी प्रोजेक्ट बनाया. No one is going to say that. People will say, what do you think were the challenges in this project? What do you think went wrong in this project? What do you think we could have done better in the project? So these questions will not be answered if you have vibe coded. Okay? So there's this aspect. You vibe coded the project, but now you cannot vibe code the aspects of the project. How can you do that? You have to sit and understand what the project is in the first place. So when people say मैं calculator नहीं बना सकता हूँ, the physical meaning of that saying is कि मुझे calculator का design ही समझ में नहीं आएगा क्योंकि मैंने कभी coding नहीं understand करी. मुझे अभी तुम बोलोगे कि calculator कोड ऐसे कर दो, वाई कोड करके मैं बना लूँगा, but अगर मुझे अलग से कोई रूम में छोड़ोगे मैं नहीं बना पाऊँगा. इसीलिए because मैंने design समझी. So when you will make the person sit in the room, now the convention is not this. Now what will be expected is it's fine you don't know HTML CSS because you were vibe coding. So you sat in a room without AI and you were not able to make a calculator. What is the two aspect there? One is you were not able to make the calculator which looks on your computer properly. Is that the case? Or were you not even able to understand कि calculator में क्या क्या requirements हैं जिसको हम ऐसा design bug बोलते हैं कि भाई ये उसकी functionality होगी, ये वो करेगा, यहाँ से ये component connect होगा, यहाँ से ये component connect होगा. अब इसका क्या नाम है मुझे नहीं आता क्योंकि वो तो यही कर देता था मेरे. ठीक है, तो ये तो याद है ना भाई ये ऐसा होना चाहिए. 2+3 मारोगे तो प्लस होगा, 2/3 मारोगे तो y होगा, ये तुम्हें याद है. ठीक है, तो अगर तुम ये पेन एंड पेपर पे लिख पाए, then you have understood, and this is exactly where I will say you are doing really good, because now what you have understood can be prompted to AI and you will get something really good out of it. But if you cannot even understand this and jot this down, then this is the vibe coding you have to avoid. Okay.
Tell us something about DAB, like what is the vision and who should I know?
Okay, so DAB is okay. So at the end of the day, like when you talk about this that first year, when you had a clarity and you were able to explore a lot of stuff. whatever that is beyond coding, you require some logics behind it, some reasoning behind it, right? And reasoning and clarity comes when you are solving problems. And this is what we do at DLE. At DLE, we do CP. CP is never meant to get you into a job. It's a byproduct. If you get into a really good job via CP, it's a byproduct. Right? But people who do really good CP might get into something else also. So a lot of people who do CP will get into, for example, a quant firm, and quant firm will never talk about arrays. They might talk about something else. So at DLE, the vision is that you're able to build your algorithms and your logics really sharp, so that you're able to take real reasoned answers around all of these things of self-doubts that you have. When you think कि मुझे resource change करना ही नहीं चाहिए, तो वो reason better करो. वो reasoning ऐसी absurd reason ना हो, वो reasoning बहुत strong reasoning हो जो make sense करे. तुम अपने लाइफ में कोई और डिसीजन लो तो तुम उस रीजनिंग को बहुत क्लियरिटी से ले पाओ कि ठीक है भाई मुझे I can understand the pros here, I can understand the cons here, these make sense, they are going to affect me in the next coming 2 years and all that. So at DLE, when we teach CP, and we teach CP because we feel that the byproduct of CP is going to be this, and of course the byproduct is going to be you're going to get a really good RAM to take a lesson, right? So the vision at DLE is exactly this. As I'm saying, the vision at DLE is never to get you into a company. Okay, it's completely a byproduct. Of course, it's true 90% of the time because most people who do CP want to do it for a job. That's okay. That's fine. Absolutely fine. I can understand where you might come from, where you might think that from. Absolutely fine to do that. I myself did that, right? So it's absolutely fine. But CP was never meant to be like that. CP is always like a sport. It's at least outside India taken as a sport. Where people practice it for fun. People give it like Olympics and all that stuff, right? So that cannot happen in India. I can understand that. It cannot happen in India with the population that we are. There's always going to be competition. Everything will be, crab set mentality where, you have to bring other people down, get to something, do something for your parents back, come out of some particular standards and all. Outside people are more happy, probably, so they don't pursue a lot of stuff like this. So it doesn't get reflected there. Our vision at DLE is to make sure that you are able to become a better person in life at reasoning and at logics. So this is what we do. We do this via CP. So
audience, anyone?
Sir, I have a doubt regarding problem solving in DSA.
right.
So, when I'm jumping into DSA problems, so what I face problem is I'm lacking behind some concepts of DSA. So, मेरा सवाल ये है कि पहले हम concepts के through जाएं फिर problems में jump करें या फिर directly digging into problems then finding out our where we are lagging it and then going into the
What do
concepts.
you think is better? First or second? What do you think?
Sir, from my perspective, I think पहले problems में जाना चाहिए क्योंकि side by side हमारे problems भी हो रहे हैं, concepts भी हो रहे हैं.
Definitely. That's right. So, इसको ऐसे रखते हैं. You don't know your potential unless you test it. Correct? You pick up a problem. क्या पता तुम उसको ऐसे ही solve कर लो, बिना कोई concept पढ़े. ऐसा हो सकता है ना? कभी-कभी ऐसा लगता होगा ना कि कोई problem उठाई, ऐसे solve हो गई, कुछ पढ़ा ही नहीं. फिर अपने वैसा भाई मैं तो coder हो गया. Microsoft कॉलेज है. ठीक है. So अब तो ऐसा लगता होगा. So that can also happen, right? If that happens, then that is just another boost of confidence. You have saved a lot of time also. So the ideal way to practice DSA or any problem solving in general is to pick up the problem and then try your first hand at it. And if you think you did not get it properly, then see कि क्यों ऐसा हुआ, and then just be like, okay, इसमें कुछ ऐसा algorithm लगता है जो मैंने कभी पढ़ा ही नहीं, सोच तो मैं कभी नहीं सकता था, चलो एक्सप्लोर कर लेते हैं, उसके बाद फिर प्रॉपर होगा सर. That way is much better. That way you retain much better because now you know which problem, कौन सी प्रॉब्लम थी जिसके आगे तुम हार गए, ये याद रहेगा. All your failures are something you remember a lot. तुम्हें याद रहेगा कि ये प्रॉब्लम मैंने उठाई थी, बिना पढ़े उठाई थी, और इस प्रॉब्लम तो बिल्कुल मजा भी नहीं लगा, मैं तो एकदम सॉल्व नहीं कर पाया इसको. फिर मैं गया वापस और फिर मैंने देखा कि ओ दिस वाज द एल्गोरिथम दैट वाज टीचिंग मी दैट, So I came back on the problem and now I remember it clearly. अब मुझे याद है because this was a problem that I did not solve initially. Okay, so the best way to do this only. It used to happen for me. I used to do it for all the topics that I used to do. I used to not learn anything about a tree and just pick up a tree problem and just look at the diagram and be like, oh, okay, ऐसे गोल गोल दिख रहा है कुछ उसके अंदर है क्या होगा ठीक है चलो let's try. Okay, and I was not able to solve it and I used to come back and I was like, oh, this is what we call a node. Okay, this is what we call edges. Okay, now I know nodes and edges. Let's go. Okay, I need an array. Just need to put array. I need to do a traversal. Can I put like one by one? Okay, this is not working. This needs recursion. Okay, fine. Let's remove the recursion. Okay, there's a VSSUT. What is that? In order traversal. Okay, this is fine. So come back to the problem. Now try another traversal. I always remember in order traversal. What's an example? Right? So this is the best way to do it. I feel, and yeah, this does what work for me. Should work for you also.
Sir, we have a few questions from the live stream. How can we maximize our chances of getting an internship in big company? Also, placement calendars के बारे में पूछा जा रहा है. कब कंपनीज आती है वो सब कैसे पता चलेगा?
Maximizing our chances, I think I've said this X factor thing. I think I wouldn't repeat there, but it's again the very classic idea. If you maximize your chances, you have to set yourself apart. Could be anything, could be a project, could be your CP credentials, could be your problem solving, anything that sets you apart. इसमें एक point I think I can say is that of course when you're applying to a company and if it's you know what the company does, then you can probably try to do something around that company if you really like that company and motivated by that company. For example, if you're applying to a company like Coinbase, that's a crypto company. So if you're applying there and you have time, then you can probably do a project, small project in crypto and then apply. That's also fine. Okay, that might maximize a little bit of your chances. It doesn't apply to, let's say, for example, as I said, for Google, you made something on Play Store, so it worked out. That's maximizing your chances, but then it's 99 versus 100 वाली चीज़ है. So I cannot say कि ये नहीं किया तो भूल जाओ, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं. Right? If you made good projects, even if they don't relate to what the company currently does, there are still chances you will get a call back. Reach that state where you have some projects, right? Reach the state where you have something good with you. This X factor with you, not projects, X factor with you. Reach that state first, and then try to reason why is this not working out. Okay, so that's one thing. Placement calendar again. Placement calendar for any company for off campus is not a set calendar. These people open up randomly anytime. Might be open up only for half an hour usually, and then they will close down. The best way to actually follow that is, I think there are like, even right now, I have like 15, 16 Telegram channels that I used to follow. There are like 10 groups on WhatsApp I used to follow, 2-3 groups on Facebook I used to follow. And I used to get a ping wherever any offer used to open up. So any random thing, Bloomberg opened up. You must have seen this post, right? It used to come on LinkedIn, some creator would put and say LinkedIn is hiring for this role. Bloomberg is hiring for this role. Just need the notification turned on your phone for that. So when you get all these things, you do that. That's all. So there is no calendar for off campus. For on campus, what's a check over? IITs start in December for on campus. NITs start in August. I think in your college, some folks told me it starts in April, May only. So college calendar is very different. So to answer this question, as I said, it's very subjective calendar. You have to keep the notifications turned on completely, and it's just like yet another story of you being on social media. Just how your notifications are turned on for Instagram, the notifications are turned on for LinkedIn, notifications are turned on for a WhatsApp message, getting a text from probably somebody, getting somebody that got posted somebody, and you're like, oh, I watched this. Getting a notification on Netflix that this series came out, so I'll watch it. But you see the notifications turned on for this. Get a notification, you apply. That's all.
Any more questions from the audience?
सर आपका सिलेक्शन प्रोसेस तो बता सकते हैं कौन सा राउंड कितना राउंड हुआ
ऐसा पूछ रहे हो कि मैं नहीं बता सकता बिल्कुल बता सकता हूँ. So I applied in July of 2023. I applied with a resume which had a mention of, as I said, Google Play Store and all that stuff. I think I had 2-3 more projects, and I was an expert by then. I applied there and in Google, and I got a call back of a phone round. I was not known initially. That round is just made to first of all verify that you are exactly what you say you are. It could happen, right? Some people copy projects, or they might copy the resume, or might apply on somebody else's behalf or something. It happens. If you don't know, it happens, right? Just to probably get in diversity roles, for example, so people do that. So the HR will verify you. They'll ask your name. They'll probably record that also. They'll ask about the project. They're just asking. They're not judging you. You will say, oh, I did not make anything special in this project, just a good project. You say, no, sir, I only solved 200 questions. Okay. You just have to listen this from you because this is what you mentioned here. अगर तुमने बनाया resume तो तुमको याद होगा कि मैंने लिखा था. So they verify that. That's the phone call round. Everybody that I know crosses that round. Then it starts round 1, round 2, round 3. I have 3 rounds. Right now I think Google has 4 rounds. Could be tomorrow there are 5 rounds. That season changes. But Google specifically only has DSA. Google did not ask me at all in OOPS, DBMS, OS, anything like that. And as far as I know, nobody was asked anything like this. This was internship, and same is required for everyone as an engineer applying for a full-time role also. Google is not asking all this stuff. So yeah, I was asked DSA. Initial round of DSA was easy. Probably I think analysis problem and stuff. And I think the last one was a full problem on graphs and all that. So yeah, it went like this. All the 3 rounds went, took around like 3-4 months. Then another 2 months, 3 months for them to evaluate. And probably you can overall say it was like a 9-month journey where I applied in July and I got selected in next year's April. And then it was a joining in May. So 9 to 8, 10 months of overall grind there. Grind as in from being hosted by Google at least. And then like waiting for that text. And in middle I was applying a lot of elsewhere, as I said. So kept on applying. I got rejected a lot. Then I got into 3 other internships. One was Amazon, one was Coinbase, and one was JP Morgan. So I got there, and then not JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley. And then I got there, and then I selected Coinbase out of them. That is, by the way, why I know of Coinbase myself. I got into Coinbase, and I said, I'll take Coinbase. It has the best pay I can think of, the best location I can think of, and the best work that I can think of. So I was all ready to pack my bags and go there, and then in April, Google gave me an offer. So I rejected Coinbase, and then I went to Google. So yeah. And all these companies, by the way, what I gave around, because this was internship, so they don't ask me system design or anything. It was just DSA, or like very hard DSA, or medium DSA, and then JP Morgan, for example. Morgan Stanley, for example, did ask SQL because they're a banking company, so they want to work in data a lot, so they'll ask you SQL, for example. Coinbase asked a lot of OS and OOPS and other stuff because Coinbase is building a very high-profile app, so they want somebody to handle all of this stuff. So they were asking OOPS, okay, make these classes and all that stuff and all. So that is how that worked out. Then I never sat for placements. I gave my 200% in Google. I never sat for placements. I came back at an offer that got an end story there. But yeah, this is all it was.
So my question is, what is the approach to learn a new tech stack as soon as possible? Like I am building a new project, and for that particular project, I need to learn a new tech stack. So if I don't want to dig deep into that, so how to learn for that specific project only?
Okay, so same applies to all the problem question, right? You have to learn a new algorithm. Do you learn the algorithm first or do the problem first? You do the problem first and then the algorithm. So if you have to learn a new tech stack, you do a project on the tech stack first. And whatever you think, so the lecture of that project will be 2 hours, but your actual learning should be roughly 6 hours automatically, because what will happen is you are going through the video, somewhere or the other you understand that this is something I haven't seen so far, so you pause, you go to ChatGPT, you ask what is this, you understand it, then you come back and you continue. So it's not going to be you picking up a React playlist, for example, and doing it A to Z and then saying how you project बनाते हैं, but rather it should be कि project बनाता हूँ, जहाँ मुझे समझ नहीं आएगा, I will stop and I'll ask from AI or from any other resource कि ये क्या है, and then I'll continue from there. That is the best way to learn any tech stack. Basically putting it together, it's like saying doing something hands-on on the tech stack is the best way to learn the tech stack.
So talking about the projects, according to you, what should be an industry grade project? Like it will give us an impact.
But one project which goes to production is industry grade. Production means it should be hosted. It should be beyond local hosting. That is an industry grade project. Okay. So if you're able to build something, then you, and also when I say industry grade, it's not, it doesn't mean hosted on Netlify or Versal or something. That is not industry grade. Do you think an industry grade project is hosted on Netlify? No, nothing is hosted on Netlify. Right? It's just Netlify is another resource where production settings has been made easy. Making a production level project means that you build a website and then you, let's say, bought a free server on Amazon, for example, or Azure from your, you have all our student IDs, right? Those are free with that, right? So you get our server access, then you log into that server, it's a Linux server, for example. You of course have to understand some basic Linux and Ubuntu commands, and then you, let's say, do a production setting, you install Nginx, you install some handler for database, you install some handler for your node, let's say you made a React project, right? कोई package manager you install करोगे, and then you import that project on that, and then you buy a very simple 100 rupee domain from GoDaddy, and then you make an SSL certificate out of it that it should look like HTTPS properly, then you map it, right? You map the website कि हाँ ये खोलूँगा तो ये दिखेगा, जैसे अभी कुछ खोलते हो तो ये दिखता है, for example. So you get that, and this is how the project goes to production. Okay, that is the industry level project, I would say.
So another follow-up. Does system design or high-level design, low-level design really matter in getting selected or getting an interview call?
For your level, no. Like you're applying for SD1, no. You're applying for internship, no. Any company who is saying that, so it's again, see, it's very affected by, you know this term, WhatsApp University. It's very affected by that. Most of the people think that system design is going to come in SD1 roles because very few companies ने पूछ लिया हो, तो अब ये हो जाता है सभी पूछ रहे होंगे, अब तो बढ़ना पड़ेगा system design. ऐसा नहीं होता है. What you have to understand is where are you applying and what are they asking. If you get this information, for example, the place that you're applying to, they don't ask this, then you don't need system design. For most of the companies at your role, they don't need it. Because at your initial role, they're not even expecting you to make something really, really crazy in terms of system design. They just want you as an executioner in the company at that role. That, we'll take this guy, he's really good in ideas, we give him some stuff to do, he's going to do it really nicely, or she's going to do it really nicely, and he's going to articulate it really nicely, he's going to communicate really nicely with me. So that's all, that's good. When you apply for roles beyond SD1, this is where system design comes to. So at your level, it's not true.
सर एज सेड जो वाइट कोडिंग हम करते हैं एंड आपने कहा कि हम जब वाइट कोडिंग करते हैं व्हेन वी नो कि तुम क्या कर रहे हो प्रोजेक्ट में देन वो वाइट कोडिंग है. सो फॉर एग्जांपल अगर मैं कुछ प्रोजेक्ट सोचता हूँ, आइडिया सोचता हूँ, मैं उसका टोटल लिस्ट बनाता हूँ कि मैं ये फीचर्स ऐड करना चाहता हूँ एंड मैं प्रॉपर्ली वैसे प्रॉम्प्ट करता हूँ चैट जीपीटी या जिसको भी हो गया, वो बनाता है उसको, मैं देन खुद ही डीबग करता हूँ कि ये फीचर ऐड करना है. तो बेसिकली बट पूरा मेरा जो कोड है वो मैं जनरेट ही करवाता हूँ. तो अगर एक बार कोड जनरेट हो गया, फिर जब उसको मैं रीड करता हूँ देन हाँ समझ आता है यहाँ पे उसने ऐसे किया है वैसे किया है. बट अगर मैं खुद से बाय स्क्रैच बनाने का ट्राई करूँ तो वो नहीं हो पाता. तो सर उसको मैं कैसे वो करूँ, लाइक कोड करना कैसे करूँ?
क्यों करना है? That's what I'm saying. ये नहीं करना है. This is the industry by the way, which is changing. Even inside the companies, people are not doing this anymore. People have internal tools built, right? Google has Gemini, Microsoft has Copilot, जिसका एक एडवांस वर्जन कंपनी के अंदर होगा जो भारत में रिलीज नहीं हुआ है. And people are just coding on that. So when people inside industry are doing that, why do you want to do it? So what will come is, अच्छा इसको ऐसे मत करते हैं. I'm an interviewer. I saw your project. I'm going to ask questions around this. What do you think I'm going to ask? What were the challenges? What can be done better here? What do you think went wrong? और am I going to ask कि इसको खोलो ये लाइन में जाओ और ये लाइन में जाके ये एक वर्ड लिखा है इसका आंसर. That is not going to be my question. because of that, it's very easy to understand that if I did not make the project from scratch, where I remembered what was the keyword, but rather I was able to understand the idiosyncrasies around the project, that is much better. Okay? If the industry was against AI, then I would have not said this. Right? Back 5 years, I would have not said this to myself also. उस टाइम पे भी AI धीरे धीरे आना स्टार्ट हो गया था, but उस टाइम पे ऐसा था कि AI was absolutely doing worst scenario. So at that time, it was of course the thing कि please read the books, make something from scratch and all that. Today, it's still the same advice, make something from scratch, but that scratch means that not this. This is not the scratch anymore. That you are writing one line by line every time on your own. That is not scratch. The scratch thing is now because you have AI, if you would have made a project which is this level today or without AI, now that you have AI, it should be on this level. But the production. So when I say कि you take the production to project to production level, वो तो बिल्कुल बेसिक हो जाना चाहिए. Because अब तो सबको आता है वो चीज़ करना. AI can help you do that. तो वो बिल्कुल बेसिक होना चाहिए. अब मुझे इसके आगे सोचना चाहिए. If I make the project on a production level setting, can I get the project scaled up to 1,000 users, for example, 2,000 users, for example, right? Or let's say, can I make a project which is not any longer on this, and let's make a project which interacts with Bluetooth. Bluetooth is something people are forgetting, so let's make a project on Bluetooth. Let's make a project which works in PHP, because nobody is doing PHP. So this is what eventually will be this. So I don't think we're any wrong with what you're doing. It's completely fine to take help of AI tools here, as long as you understand what you're doing. It's absolutely fine. So yeah.
सर एक और क्वेश्चन कि एक एज ए इंजीनियर से अभी हम स्टूडेंट हैं, कुछ टाइम बाद हमारा भी प्लेसमेंट सेशन स्टार्ट होगा, तो ऐसा कुछ होता है कि एक पैकेज होता है, लाइक जो हम पैकेज करते हैं 20 LP, 15 LP, 5 LP, इज देयर अ गुड पैकेज कि ये पैकेज होने से मुझे करना है, या अगर मेरे को जो पहला जॉब ऑफर मिल रहा है मैं वहीं से स्टार्ट करूं, देन आई कैन स्केल.
So the best package this way is the package you can survive in, at least initially. That is, I think, the only package you should look for. Again, knowing your skills. Anything above that is just pure probably like hard work and then थोड़ा बहुत luck होगा. No? But then you just have to boil down your expenses and understand that will the job give you enough expenses to survive. That's all. So that being said, let's say I'm talking about Bangalore. Bangalore is absolutely fine if you're earning 30,000, 40,000 per month in hand. 30,000 per month in hand would roughly translate to like a package which is giving you like 5 to 6 lakhs of LPA as base salary, not the overall package, as a base salary. 6 lakhs which after taxes करके which is a 40-50 आएगा. More than enough to survive in Bangalore, right? If it's in Bangalore, more than enough to survive anywhere. Bangalore is I think one of the top levels there. Okay. If any company offers you lesser than this, and then they're saying, "Aaj Bangalore," that is when I would say, keep a stop there. You don't need to work for 10,000, 50,000 rupees of money somewhere going, rather than then offer them that I am happy to work for 10,000, but then do a remote. I want to work from home because it doesn't make sense for me to come 10,000 there and spending something from my own pocket. It doesn't make sense. So the best LPA to start off with is an LPA you can survive on, and anything after that is totally, what you get. That's all.
Thanks, sir.
So I have two questions. So I mainly focus on theoretical machine learning, and I'm not into development. So without any knowledge of development, can I get a job as a machine?
Yeah, definitely. So like when we say development, it's like MERN stack, right? You're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah. So without MERN stack, I mean your job is now ML engineer. ML engineers are barely concerned with what React looks like, what is HTML and CSS and stuff. So you don't know that, you know ML. That means your ideal platform to practice would be something known as Kaggle. I think you already know that, right? So you do really well on Kaggle. There are endless competitions I think I can see on Kaggle, which come from quant firms also, which come from real companies also. You participate there. Just like Google used to have this, or Meta has this Meta hackathon, right? So it's for coding. Similarly, in ML, people have their own, competitions like this. You keep on applying there, you get your model, whatever that accuracy prediction stuff, you get really good there, and then you apply for an ML engineer. Amazon has this ML summer school directly, right? So you get into its Amazon, you get an offer, you are onboarded as an ML engineer, and yeah, that's a job. That's definitely a job. So,
But as a freshers, will that be benefiting for me? Like, I'm applying in my college campus, there is no opening for an ML engineer.
Right.
So I might get less opportunities or the opportunities.
No. Just because in your college less opportunities are, इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि वो job की less opportunities है market में. Market is expensive. So when you apply outside, every decent company which works in data has an ML engineer. Of course, they need to have that, right? Like, otherwise, how will they function? They need data to process and predict something out of it. So if the company is anywhere near around data, they will have an ML role. You can apply there, and if you're really good, you will get it.
So the next question is that one of my friend asked, and he is not present here. He is from civil branch. So he asked whether the branch matters when shortlisting the candidate, like just based on they applied, they saw the resume. Will the branch matter? And he is only doing CP. So will that be a disadvantage for?
So see, what's the university sort of thing? 100 companies you apply to, 5-6 companies don't take you in because of a branch, and then you think everybody will not. And everybody on Instagram will start saying that because I was from that branch, that is why they did not take me. So half-baked knowledge there. Most of the companies that I can think of don't differentiate on branch. The companies that I know differentiate on branch, it's fine. I mean, they might have their requirement. It's actually, it's more about who has founded that company, what is their mindset there, founder's mindset and all that kind of picture. So, there are companies, I would say, but the amount of those companies are really low. So, because of those companies not shortlisting you on your branch, if you start thinking that applies to everywhere, that is how. So, to say this, no, branch does not matter for a larger data set. Okay. The second question, CP, again same thing. If he wants to make CP his X factor, then tell him he has to push to candidate master or master. He has to come in the top 200 people in India. If he is only doing CP, so only doing CP, then that means he is not even concerned about any. मतलब वो literally अपनी resume में portfolio website बना के चला जाएगा, ठीक है? In terms of dev, for example, because उसको पता है उसके ऊपर master लिखा है, for example. So अगर he is only doing CP, then he needs to go there. Then that works out. Then I am happy as an interviewer to actually give this person a chance. Otherwise, I'm not happy. Okay, so yeah.
Okay, so as we have very little time, so we'll be moving to the next segment of today's session. That is going to be a rapid fire session. So the rules are you are going to answer in yes or no, or either in a single sentence. So moving on, tea or coffee?
Coffee.
Are you a morning person or a night owl?
Tell me I'm here again. Morning person.
Books or podcasts?
Books.
One hobby that keeps you sane?
Music. I play and sing.
Gym, sports or walking?
I think sports. I don't do gym. Running and sports is mine.
Gaming or Netflix?
Actually, both. I mean, this is relatively vague. I like gaming. I'm not able to do a lot of gaming, but someday I think I would try to do a lot of gaming. And I do a lot of Netflix. I do a lot of Netflix. Don't get me started with anything.
Solo hobbies or group activities?
I haven't had like the privilege to do a lot of group activities, so right now I think I did this solo. But I think sometime in my life probably I'll have some more group activities. So I don't know.
One movie you can rewatch anytime?
So, see, I can give a very cliche answer and say something like 3 Idiots or something. But then, honestly, this is like I don't rewatch a movie. And like I get a movie I see, so it's really doesn't apply to me.
Recent show you enjoyed?
Recent
Show
that I enjoyed. I think show on Netflix or show.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I did not enjoy Stranger Things. Last season was great.
Favorite genre of music while walking?
Anything that I can play that is my favorite genre. So let's say it's an alien music, I think I cannot play it, so I cannot relate to it. So, yeah.
One song that instantly lifts your mood.
There's a song called Enigma from I think Grande or something. That's
Old classics or new releases?
old classics.
Street food or home food?
Okay, so I'm from Lucknow. Lucknow is known for food, specifically non-veg a lot, Mughlai a lot and all that stuff. So it's basically everything. I honestly can eat almost everything. So yeah, there's nothing preference there.
Sweet or spice?
Again, everything. Any food questions that you have, you can apply everything to it.
Early success or late bloomer?
Late bloomer. Early success goes away. Trust me, guys. Early success goes away. Early success goes away really fast. I know that.
Remote work or office?
I think initially it should be office. You need to interact with a lot of people. Otherwise, all of this that I've just said, ये तो apply कहाँ करोगे फिर अगर office नहीं जाओगे तो remote में तो बात ही नहीं कर पाओगे 6 years. So early office. Maybe later when you have full mass settled, then you can have a remote stuff.
Startup or corporate structure?
Oh, very interesting. So, I am doing a corporate. I would prefer a corporate right now because I'm already doing something else also. So it's almost easy for me to manage both. Then, if I was doing startup, then it was not probably a lot of easy for me to manage. So yeah, for corporate.
Risk taker or cautious?
Cautious. I'm really cautious. I do a lot of reasoning, pros and cons, a lot of things that I do. So I do not, as I said, even in the first year, I was not able to explore a lot of paths, not take a lot of risks, not follow something that was not on the books. No, so yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. And a big round of applause for Virat sir. So it was a really wonderful session.
Thank you guys. And I want to just announce one thing. Everybody asked around DA, right? So we done some courses, just like I have a goodwill. I think I have people who already told you. But anybody who attended the session and wants to reach out via an email, probably you can give over your emails to the Enigma people. And I'll get you some good perks on the courses. So if you can explore and if you want, you will get some good perks there. So I think I can give you a validity for that perks for like 1 week starting today. So whoever is in this room, you can give their mail. Mails should not be the college emails. College emails have some privacy concerns, so they don't really get you to apply to a course like that. So if it's your personal Gmail, you can get it to the people, and then you can get you something off there. Okay?
Thank you, sir, for such an interesting and insightful session. We truly appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule and making this a very meaningful session.
Say one thing is that I think all of you people who feel that college might be pulling you down, right? Please don't feel that. I'm like I will be really happy to think this that you guys really get this through your head. Your branch, your CGP, your college is not pulling you down. You just have to show up every day and do something, and you just do great. That's all. Okay, so this is just one thing I think you should take away from this. Okay.
So now I request the convener of this event, Dr. Santi Bharan, to present a small memento for this event. Give a big round of applause. Thank you, sir, once again.
Streaming.
रिप्लाई आया चैट का आएगा रिप्लाई सच में
एक तो बोला मेरे को, मैं बोल दिया हाँ.
स्ट्रीम चल रहा है बंद चल रहा है बंद कर दीजिए ना बोला है वो या
बंद हो गया अभी तो दिखा रहा है.
बंद कर देता ना खत्म तो हो गया.
नहीं राउंड 2 होगा.
अच्छा तो अभी पॉज कैसे करते हैं स्टॉप स्ट्रीमिंग.
2025 had a convocation right just now. Before that we had 2024. It was like 2 years delayed or something. I felt like 200 years. So definitely, a lot of people enjoyed, but I got a severe kind of health issue there. So I could barely walk in the stage. I needed 2 people. You can see in the YouTube video. I was like surrounded by many people to move me around the stage to get into that red color wala convocation thing, degree basically. Okay. So definitely, I'm not that degree oriented wala person. So I think are any lot of faculties here? Any faculties here? 4 attendance bags. 4 attendance bags and 2 normal bags. I work here now. Okay. So this is where I work right now, AWS. So if I can do it, you can do it. Absolutely. Okay. So don't worry if you have a lot of problems in your life. And definitely this is recorded, so we will keep it professional. We will keep it towards AWS. But definitely meet me up, and I will help you with all your doubts. And let's begin just with my quick intro first. So just a quick hello again. I am Rudra Madhav Mishra. You can call me Rudra Bhaiya, not sir. Okay, so I am your senior, just 2024 pass out. I am in part of many developer communities. So I got rejected in Enigma. Okay, just to briefly inform you. So every Enigma folks here, I got rejected. Okay, so our seniors didn't like me. Okay, so they rejected my application in the interview. I cleared the way. Okay, so don't judge me. So I cleared the way, but I was rejected in the interview. Okay, I was bad at coding. Let's be honest. And so there is another community because it's a collab community. So GDG on campus VSSUT, right? So again got a very good rejection there. Okay, so currently I had a lot of teams at GDG Bhubaneswar, GDG Kolkata, GDG Cloud Kolkata, even part of Mumbai, Delhi GDGs, right? So now I work for a company called AWS, if you've ever heard about. So there is a company called AWS which is part of Amazon, and I worked here since last 1 year, and previously I worked for a company called iServU, which is generally hired for some people right now. So yeah, I mean pretty much 2 years experience right now. Not someone who is very good at CP, DSA, but I am a little bit good developer. So you can at least I will help you around how things work in the industry, how I went into the role. But these things will be at the end. This is a tech talk. We will talk about tech here. This is not a career session. This is a tech session. We will talk about tech. We will know how things work around in AWS. After that, we will have a very short workshop. Okay. So the workshop will be very smooth. If you have, how many of you have done HTML? Okay, you can do it then. Okay, this that simple as that. I have done a very simple thing in workshop. You can see it around, nothing too complex, easy peasy, take them. And after that, we will have a very good Q&A. I hope more people join to see my face, which is very exhausted right now. I just delivered a session at CSE Bhubaneswar and came here. So crossing that Burla bridge, all nostalgic feeling again. Moving ahead and starting off the session. So, how many of you know what is cloud? Quick raise of hands. Asuni Janich, on the you know, right? Okay. So why are you not raising that? So none of them know cloud, right? Okay, you do know. So how many of you are first years? Second? Oh my God. I hope everything is good at hostels, right? I will not get into that. Let's go move ahead. What is cloud? So cloud is basically nothing, just have you seen this big CPUs? if you have seen like servers, have you heard about servers? So there are big servers which are actually nothing just but CPUs, right? So these CPUs are actually somehow meant for computer storage, right? RAM, ROM. Let's go back to that 12th 11th वाला concept, है ना? तो उसमें था ना, right? RAM, ROM, CPU. So these things were hardwares, right? Like installed in the form of physical servers.
फर्स्ट ईयर में देखेंगे कमेंट कर दिया सर टू बन गया भी सेम चलो
अलाउ करो भाई मेरे को नहीं देने वाला
मैं ही निकल गया मीटिंग से लाओगे मत मैं खुद घुसूं
रिजेक्ट कर दिया क्या
मीटिंग बंद हो गया भैया फिर से
अच्छा फिर से कर लो भाई यही बचा अब मत बोलना नहीं यार आया उसका मीटिंग ज्वाइन करवा ले क्या
आ गया भैया
अभी आ रहा है तुम
मॉडल ट्रेनिंग हो रहा है ट्रेनिंग हो रही है आउटलाइन पूरी चश्मा डिटेक्ट कराई सीन कैसे करते हैं सीन 2 वाला सीन कर मुझे नहीं आता उसके रोहित जी ऐसा नहीं
Are we live?
Yes sir.
Oh my god. So we are discussing about physical servers, right? So physical servers were actually meant to do these things which cloud does. Basically storing data, manipulating data, networking, so on and so forth. So we were initially doing these things, but उसमें ये ज़्यादा लग गया, ठीक है? तो it costed a lot of money. So people eventually moved to cloud to reduce their costs, and these services were even enhanced with a lot of features which cloud provides itself, right? Okay. So what will happen in cloud is basically it manages the infrastructure for example, if you are doing any web development application and you want to deploy it into cloud, it can do that. It can store a lot of data. It can, used as a data engineering tool. It can be used for AI deployments. It can be used for Kubernetes. We'll, get into all those things slowly. I hope you are not too hungry like me, but just in case, you should be very hungry in life. So, services offered by AWS, there are many services offered by AWS. I don't know exact number, but there are too many of them. So, it's one of the world's largest cloud computing provider in the entire world, and having the largest market share right now. And we have a lot of offerings from AWS like Amazon EKS, Amazon EC2, Amazon S3, AWS Lambda, so on and so forth. Okay. So have any one of you ever seen these logos or terms? Just seen. Dekha hai bhai. Okay. So moving ahead. Cloud does not do your lab assignments, just to give you an confirmation. It doesn't do your lab assignments, which you have to submit at the end of night at 3 a.m. in your hostels, and sometimes copying it from juniors. But anyways, moving ahead. Have anyone heard this term IAM? Not IAM, IAM. So it's basically an identity and access management tool. Okay, and what it does is basically a heart of AWS, you can say. Okay, so something that controls you basically. What will happen is, like, for example, तुम्हारा नाम क्या है? हाँ बोल भाई.
Dipun bhai.
Sorry?
Dipun bhai.
Dipun. Okay. Suppose Dipun needs an access for EC2 or anything like S3 or something, any other service which you have ever heard about in AWS. If it actually needs, if Dipun if you actually needs an access, Dipun needs an access, and if he doesn't have any IAM permission, he doesn't have any access to that particular service, then he can't access it. As simple as that, right? So IAMs are basically a access giving tool or a service which basically can provide a set of permissions or policies that will applicable to Dipun or someone else to access that XYZ service. Okay, clear? Moving ahead, we have a lot of services in AWS, right? I just showed you a quick representation. So there are something called roles in IAM, right? If you have already been familiar with AWS console, if you have already logged in and got your free credits, and if you have must seen, there are a lot of services, right? So let's say a service needs to call another service. There is no permission of a user. Instead, there is a permission of a service calling another service. Okay. So in these cases, you will need a role. Okay. There is a IAM role, and you can give this particular instance or role to access certain XYZ service. This could also be done. We will know like how and why these services gets communicated and so on and so forth. These things are a little bit complicated, a little bit overwhelming, I understand. But I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible. Okay. Moving ahead. We will now discuss about, of course. So, which movie? Spider-Man. Okay. So, actually, Spider-Man के बाद भी कुछ एक आया था movie, उसमें भी use हुआ था. But anyways, this one is from Spider-Man, and with great powers come great responsibility if Dipun gets an administrator access. Okay. And he deletes the VSSUT CGPA list wala page. Actually, it is doesn't delete. He got an editor access. He picks up the file, edits and re-uploads. Entire people of the section have failed. He has passed with 10 CGPA. Okay. So this can be done if someone has this great power in the AWS console, and of course with great power comes great responsibility. So you should be responsible if you have something over permission user, which actually ideally should not have been given by the administrator. But if someone has got how they should actually use it, and what setup actually they should have been provided. So that should be taken care of in an IAM permission, right? I hope you are able to get what I'm saying. Okay, coming back to one of the oldest service in AWS, that is Amazon S3. Okay, Amazon S3 is been one of the oldest services in AWS, and is like one of the best services for object storage. Okay, for object storage, what I mean is like there could be some, like, have you ever seen a .txt file or something like let's say .py file or anything like very basic notepad or anything? You can store it in S3. Simple. For example, your laptop storage is 512 GB and you have files over 10 GB and you don't want to be stored in your personal computer, right? So you will definitely end up using entire 512 GB, right? So definitely not the ideal way to store. And just imagine that kind of 10 GB file are in hundreds, okay, not just one. So this is how things happen in industry, right? There are tons of file which are like so of heavy users as well as heavy comprising heavy data, right? 10 GB, 20 GB, 30 GB, and there could be multiple so many files, okay? But definitely no one can store it one single piece, right? You will need some storage device, right? So apart from those physical storage device that I just explained, the ROM part, RAM part, that is too costly. You could actually store things in S3, which is in AWS, and where you can actually store images, videos, logs, even backups, right? For example, you are using any other service and actually some data needs to be backed up because you are updating that service, okay, or updating that file, and you want that old file to be actually with you, right? So you can back up the file in S3, right? So that is what my point is. So actually you should back up things, and the best way you can do is S3 because actually it stores a lot of it has a wide selection of storages. There are different classes of how you can store in S3, but we will not get into that. So there is a key feature of S3 that is versioning. Have you ever seen in library if you have not in library because most of you, I'm very sure you haven't gone in library and just made your library cards. I don't worry. So we are on the same page. So if you have ever seen a page in a textbook or a big mota wala book, there will be versions like 1.34, 1.35, right? So these are nothing, just section wala versions, okay? So what happened exactly in S3 versioning is, for example, you have stored a file that says the version 1, okay? That is in S3. And you want something to be updated, like you want, like the file is very old, now I need to make some changes. And the similar way, I don't want to actually delete the older file, I just want to update it. And if there is a possibility, if something goes wrong in this updated part 2 version, I can roll back my changes to part 1. Okay. What is rolling back? Going back to the previous stage. Okay. So versioning does that. It can be set up for 1, 2, 3, 1.1, 1.2. You can similarly set up a lot of versions for a particular storage, particular file which is kept in the S3. Okay. It could be any file. Just you want to have a lot of versions, you can do that. So there are also lifecycle policies. I told, like there are multiple ways to store in S3. There could be encryption, decryption, and we will also see an example of S3 static website hosting. Okay, at the workshop. I hope many more can join in the workshop, and we will have a very good Q&A session. In the Q&A session, we will discuss a lot of things that I already given an insight about in the initial time. So yeah, we will do that in the workshop, S3 static website hosting. If Dipun deletes that VSSUT file of VSSUT, all your marks who actually tried to cheat from someone and scored more than that candidate who actually you cheated from. Okay, just imagine your data got deleted and that guy's data is up. Now you're questioning your life, what I'm doing here. Okay, so don't let people like Dipun stay. Okay, so never delete anything data from prod just like that. Control delete. Don't do that. So there could be proper procedure and setup for that. You're running in a production cluster or something like that. But anyways, moving ahead. Have you ever heard about EC2? How many of you have heard? You have heard? Okay. अरे तुम लोग क्यों खा रहे हो भाई? तुम लोगों में से कोई भी जो लैपटॉप बैठ के थोड़ा सा क्या बोलते हैं इसको एसी की हवा खाने आए हैं वो लोग
भी यहाँ रहा है
नहीं वो जानते हैं शर्मा मत शर्मा भाई. Just to let you know, I was sitting just before 2 to 3 years there only. Okay, so generally what happens when we try to absorb something, we need to know something first. Okay, otherwise it is not interesting, right? So if something is overwhelming, you can tell me. I can explain it to you from very scratch. But we are very short of time, and you need to go and have some mutton or chicken. So that's why we are fastening things up. But anyways, Amazon EC2 is basically a compute service. What it does exactly is, for example, have you ever heard about MERN stack? अब हाथ उठने चाहिए भाई. मैं कुछ बोल दूंगा इधर उधर, ठीक है? So if you have ever learned about MERN stack, so MERN stack is actually not very complicated, but it involves something called NPM, right? Node package modules. Okay, so you're CSE students, right?
Yes.
Okay. I was from EBC, just to let you know. Okay. So if I know, you can know. So EC2 is exactly from basically a compute service which exactly gives you infrastructure to deploy your backend. Clear, very simple to the point, right? Let's understand. So for example, you are doing a React MERN stack application. You have your Node.js, Express.js, backend heavy applications, and you need something to help it run automatically. Okay, you don't want it to run it on local always. You want it to deploy it to somewhere. Okay, no, if you are thinking about Vercel or something like that, you could deploy it just for if you are making for a personal project, you can do that. But just think, imagine you are doing it in a industry level project. Definitely we are not going to do in Vercel. Okay, so people are in millions who are using that website or something very load heavy applications. Okay, you definitely don't want to deploy it in Vercel kind of thing. So you would definitely deploy in something which handles a lot of traffic. By traffic I mean a lot of users. Okay, so EC2 is one of the best way to do that. It have hosters, backend servers. Even for databases, you can run your MongoDB here. Simple. Okay. I'm not going too deep into it. If you just know little bit of this also, because in my second year, first year, I definitely didn't knew AWS का A भी नहीं पता. 100% sure. If you are knowing this much also in this AI era, definitely it is going to be useful. Okay. Even you can implement a lot of projects which are exactly going to help you. We'll cover everything in the Q&A, but I'm deviating bar. Okay. So anyways, like EC2 is also has a couple of features. So one of them is auto scaling. For example, we have let's say you expected 1,000 users in your backend application, but now the backend application is like very expecting very heavy traffic. Somehow suddenly एक आपने दिया था राइट सेल लॉन्च किया था, उसमें 999 के 2 टी-शर्ट बेच रहे थे और सडनली आपने बोल दिया सब कुछ भाड़ में जाए, अभी 499 में बेचेंगे अपन. ठीक है, तो everything got boosted up and your every server request which are actually expected to be very low suddenly risen up and you are expecting a lot of more traffic, right? So in that case what can happen, your backend will burst out. Simple, it will break, right? Maybe something was running and it will give some errors. now it is not available, 404, 503, not available, so on and so forth, right? So to avoid these kind of situation, we have auto scaling in EC2, where you can put an auto scaler inside EC2. What will it do is basically auto scale according to the requirement. For example, if requests are more, it will increase the number of instances. Okay. For example, in EC2 we have instances, right? It could be of various type, T2, T3 micro, anything you can, just go to AWS console, check for EC2 instances. You will find a list, tons of, instances that are available, varieties of them, which differs by cost, of course. So every of them has this auto scaling capability. And let's say you are using a T2 micro instance, which is widely used, and if there is a sudden requirement or surge of requests, it can auto scale to, let's say, from 1 instance to 3 instances, like that. So this is the power of auto scaling, which can actually boost up and help you get the request successful, right? So moving on, there are also a thing called load balancer, which actually manages the load. Basically, if tons of requests are coming in, it will equally distribute to the number of instances. अभी बोला था 1 है, 3 आया, 3 को equal. Clear? So spot instances are something like if you don't need for a longer time, you want to save money, you don't want to pay money to AWS, but please do pay, because I am from AWS. If you don't pay, I won't get the salary. So spot instances are basically for short-term uses. Okay, if you are actually aiming to launch an application or do something for a very minute time, okay, you can do that in spot instances. And the beauty of spot instances, it is very least cost. Okay, it is the least among all the type of instances, and actually is very cost effective. Now, moving ahead. Have you ever done this? But you have done this, okay. So what happened is, this is a quick story. In my final year, I was making a project because there was a friend of mine, okay, who was actually good in AWS. I wasn't. He was making everything. What I did was, he told me to stop the instance after the project is shown to the, hackathon people. Like we are doing it was in a hackathon, and we were showing it to the others, basically. After doing that, please just stop it, he told me. I enjoyed, man. I forgot. Simple. And after a month or 2 months, we got a email from AWS. Sir, this is the bill. Please pay so and so $100. I told, oh my God. Okay. What did went wrong? Okay, so this went wrong. Definitely don't do it. If you are actually into making something for a long-term use, you can do that. But if you are not actually aiming for that, you can stop the instance whenever you require. I hope you are getting it right. There was a term lambda. If you are someone like फर्स्ट ईयर में मैथ्स था, ठीक है, भी होगा ऑफ कोर्स, कहाँ जाएगा, तो उसमें कुछ और भी था, आई डोंट रिमेम्बर, बट इंजीनियरिंग का ही था वो फर्स्ट सेकेंड ईयर में दोस्तों. लिटरली आई गॉट फेल्ड मैन, लिटरली, बिकॉज लाइक wherever I saw this lambda, like in the derivations part generally, oh my god. So I got ensured that this is something I will be failing at 100%. Okay, so definitely not that crazy wala thing in physics or maths in engineering. It is much simpler than that. AWS Lambda is basically, you heard about EC2, you knew about EC2. So EC2 में क्या था कि we have to like manage the instances, like number of instances we need to manage, like we have to do it manually, right? So we have to create an instance, create two auto scale instances, everything. Okay, so it was manual effort. But in AWS Lambda, we don't have such kind of thing. It is completely serverless. By serverless, what I mean is you don't have to manage the ongoing or behind the scenario wala jo servers, number of instances and all those things. You don't need to manage. AWS will automatically manage these things. And AWS Lambda is the best example of a serverless compute, basically. So what will it do is, like, just run your code. For example, how many of you are learning Python? Okay. For example, you have a Python code. Okay. Normal.py file, any file. Okay. Just for example, reading a file, reading a text file, or reading a CSV file in Python. Everyone can do it, right? So, for example, you need to deploy this application. You don't want it to run locally. You want to actually run it in the website for a certain thing, and this should be live, right? And you are using AWS for it, and you don't want extra costs, and you want to save at cost, as well as you want to don't have that overhead, and think of to manage that मुझे ये करना पड़ेगा, वो करना पड़ेगा. You don't want to do that because you are not that large scale company. You actually wanted to make things simpler, okay, where you don't need to manage a lot of things. So there where the AWS Lambda comes in, and it will actually help you to run a lot of automation tasks as cron jobs. If you have ever heard about cron jobs are something like repetitive tasks, okay. For example, if you want to run something at particular time in a day, for example, रात के 10 बजे, I want to text someone good night, and it should be automated, okay. Every day same time को चला जाना चाहिए, even if I am talking to someone else. So it should go anyways, okay. So that is the work of a cron job. Very bad example, but so cron job is actually to automate and do repetitive tasks basically. So you can do the same in cron jobs, and it's the best example to run cron jobs is AWS Lambda. Very cost effective, very useful. Try it, okay. So at my last workshop I did for AWS Lambda, and people one person actually did the example which I told right now, and it went crazy, okay. Faculties removed it. So key capabilities are basically auto scaling, of course, no server management, and highly cost efficient. So of course, why I tell this thing, because of that fear जहाँ पे मैं fail हुआ था. I don't know if this subject still exists, but something in digital something, okay.
Digital electronics.
कुछ तो था भाई, ठीक है, मेरे को याद भी नहीं. तो उसमें था यार वो लैम्बडा कुछ तो था, ठीक है. पता नहीं like it was that subject or not, but when I did AWS Lambda, okay, I literally feel lambda ये word से तो नहीं डरूंगा, okay. So moving ahead, this is something I work on. Like someone was asking actually, what you exactly do in Amazon AWS, what you work on. So I work for a service called EKS. I work for a service called EMR. There are a lot of internal things which I can't discuss, but overall you can understand these services are which I really work on. I help customers who are using these things. I help to troubleshoot their issues, their complex projects, complex products, troubleshooting their issues, taking care of their systems, so on and so forth, right? Managing critical incidents, all of these things. But coming back to the point, which is Amazon EKS. So to start off, have you ever heard of the term Docker? Just heard Docker. So Docker was actually nothing but if you have have a web development, a MERN stack application, anything, any application, and you wanted to ship, like either se udhar move karna hai, and you wanted to do it in the smallest way possible. Like you don't want it to ship the entire application of 1 GB from here to there. You wanted something simple, compressed, to ship from one place to another. That was actually the use of containers, right? Have you seen this? पता नहीं किसी का business है या नहीं. मतलब मेरे पापा का नहीं था, मतलब इतना बड़ा. But if you have ever heard of Adani shipping lot of containers, have you seen ports? Lot of container trucks, उसके अंदर मतलब बाहर से port होता था. They are shipping from one place to another. Getting a point? This is the best example possible. That is where the the point came from. Okay. So what happened is basically we actually wanted to ship the entire project or entire application in the smallest way possible. So we did container. We put it into containers. These containers in Docker are called images. Docker images. Okay. So this is quite overwhelming, I understand, because this is something used in industry. But if you are knowing these things, college mein izzat, full on. If someone of your senior comes and you say, as a junior, you say, भैया आपको Kubernetes पता है? हमको पता है. So that goes crazy. So you know what, like Kubernetes is something managing all of those huge number of containers. Okay. So if you have, let's say, you don't have one project, you have 50 projects. Okay. In 50 projects, you have different endpoints. You know, endpoints like /sign-in, /login, somehow. Okay. So these are endpoints, and for each endpoint, you want a different service. What is the service? That container. Okay. Why? Because have you heard about monolithic application? Monolithic application में क्या होता था ना? If there is an entire project, it is summed up to one service. Go down, project down. People went ahead and thought of something called microservice. Microservice में क्या हुआ? There were lot of services. Each endpoint के लिए एक login के लिए एक service, एक sign up के लिए एक service, दूसरा के लिए दूसरा service. Okay. So what happened is there were lot of microservices, and these microservices comprised of Docker images, and Docker images, as I told, were containers, nothing else, just containers. So to manage so many containers, we needed something called orchestration tool. Orchestration tool is nothing just to help manage tons of containers. So best way to do this orchestration is Kubernetes. Okay. So अगर अभी कोई senior के आगे दिखाना है, तो we know it. Okay. So EKS is a form of using Kubernetes inside AWS. It is Elastic Kubernetes Service, and Kubernetes is open source, but you want to use that Kubernetes inside a cloud, right? So you have to integrate it with AWS. So EKS ने बोला कि भाई मैंने करके दे दिया, अब तुम use करो. You don't need to integrate everything. For that open source Kubernetes, we have EKS inside AWS. You don't need to integrate anything. Come here, use it. Simple. Got clarity? 100%. अब लोग क्या बात कर रहे थे? मुझे भी बताओ. किसी को भूख लगी है? मैं नहीं दूंगा खाने, क्योंकि मेरे को खुद नहीं मिला भाई. तो why EKS is useful? It integrates a lot of networking services, and it is highly scalable, and it manages a lot of containers. Okay, so definitely used at a very large scale organization. You might not have heard about, but somehow chalta hai. This is a very technical thing. How many of you are tech savvy person? Instagram में जिसका tech savvy bio है, come on. नहीं है किसी का? Very good. So this is a node basically. Okay, inside a node there are pods. Pods के अंदर ये जो गोलू गोलू है, ये container है, ठीक है? Container के अंदर तुम्हारी images है, वो application, ठीक है? So what happens exactly in the container is, exactly the application is there in form of image. Outside the part is pod, and this pod is running in the node, and the node is entirely running in Kubernetes cluster architecture. ऊपर से क्या पता है? आगे बढ़ते हैं. This is something जो ज़्यादा ऊपर से जाएगा, but still, if someone is very techy, so bear with me for 1 minute. Okay. So basically, there is two part of this is a cluster, right? In a Kubernetes cluster, there are two parts. One is control or the master node, and there are few worker nodes. Okay. In master node, everything gets controlled. The remaining lot of application microservices, everything will be covered under that one roof. That is the control plane. etcd is a database kind of thing which actually manages the data stored inside Kubernetes, and these are worker nodes, and inside them your pods are there, which are your applications basically. Okay, I hope you are getting my point. But as I said, ये ज़्यादा ऊपर से जाएगा, तो आगे बढ़ते. This was something which caused me a nightmare in my first months of AWS. Okay, so VPC is a thing which is actually a little bit difficult, but there are very extraordinary people who actually felt VPC was easy. Okay, I was never one of them. I was one of them like who knew AWS is going to be difficult. Initially, I mean, for VPC part. So VPC is nothing but, I told you many services like Lambda bola, EC2 bola, EKS bola. How about, think about, if you are like connecting all the dots, working with all the services together, they are communicating with each other also. Think about it. Everything happening in under one roof. Of course, it's inside AWS. But everything is in your personal space. Someone, like, क्या नाम था तुम्हारा? दीपुन, राइट? नींद आ रही है तो अभी छुड़ा देंगे लोगों को. तो दीपुन has someone and your name? तेरा नहीं पूछा, आपका नहीं. Priyanka. Dipun and Priyanka are two services, okay? They never know each other, but now they want to communicate with each other. They should be in one VPC. That means in one network. Bichara Sharma. Anyways, so VPC is something, a virtual private cloud, which actually connects all the dots inside the network of AWS. And we have many things that can be run inside VPC. That are basically networking policies. If you want to allow this particular network or not. I don't want to allow his phone call to her phone call. I want to block it. So, नहीं भाई तुमको डांट नहीं रहा था उसको. So we can do that in IP, okay? So IPs we can block inside of VPC. There are also many services which comes together in play, but I'm just giving an overview. Okay, moving ahead. This is something what was a nightmare for me. Okay, so I can make you understand in very simple way. Okay, खुद भूल गया भाई. Okay, this is a basically entire thing is VPC. Okay, region पता है सबको? Region for example, if you go to AWS, top right corner में देखना होगा उसमें AP Southeast 1, US East 1, region. ठीक, region के अंदर आता है availability zones, right? In availability zones, we have like for example US East 1A, US East 1B. ये हो गया दो availability zone. मतलब वहाँ एक सर्वर है, वहाँ एक सर्वर है. जो सुना होगा ना सर्वर रूम्स बहुत सारे होते हैं जिसमें बहुत सारे कंप्यूटर्स होते हैं. If I've ever heard about it, cloud is nothing but someone else computer, right? तो वहाँ पे बहुत सारे सर्वर रूम होते हैं, right? तो उसको क्या बोलते हैं? मतलब जो फिजिकल सर्वर्स यहाँ पे स्टोर होते हैं, right? डेटा सेंटर बोलते हैं उसको, करेक्ट? तो डेटा सेंटर जो होता है एक अवेलेबिलिटी जोन होता है, ठीक? तो दो अवेलेबिलिटी जोन है मान लो, and entire thing is under one region, and this green line is the VPC. Okay, VPC तुम्हारा पर्सनल प्राइवेट क्लाउड है, ठीक है? उसमें क्या हो रहा है कि there is a NAT gateway. NAT gateway is responsible to connect your entire every service to the outside world, that is internet. Okay, inside this entire thing you have your load balancers, you have your EC2. The server is EC2 weather. So this is the auto scaling which I explained. So this is the load balancer which actually manages the load. So this everything happens inside the VPC. But if you see, there are two public subnet and one private subnet. Private subnet means you are not exposing it to the internet. You're actually hiding it. You don't want your database or EC2 to be exposed outside. You want it to run internally, but use the internet as well. For using that internet, we use that NAT gateway because these are not exactly exposing to the outside world. We are using NAT gateway to expose it to the outside world. It is not directly communicating, right? So this is where public subnet is, NAT gateway is therefore deployed in the public subnet to access the internet. So this is the basic difference. पता है कुछ समझ नहीं आया, आगे बढ़ते. किसी को आया समझ थोड़ा सा? नहीं पूछूंगा भाई सवाल. थोड़ा सा भाई इज्जत. Okay. So the most awaited topic, drum rolls. Guesses? क्या चल रहा है भाई? देखो. So AI is the most trended topic right now, and in AWS we also have a lot of offerings from AWS. I mean, lot of A offering from AWS. I'm bubbling the entire day. So there are many Gen AI offerings. How many of you are interested in making a career in AI? Great. I'm the best person. Joking. So, if you have ever heard of these terms, I'm working for these services to make sure these services are utilized by the customers. And for example, if you have ever heard, AWS is actually being used by a lot of companies. Right? Go to LinkedIn. Go to your job section. Search cloud engineer, DevOps engineer, site reliability engineer, platform engineer, or WhatsApp. Everywhere you will find, most of them, you will find the requirements like cloud ka. Either AWS/GCP/Azure, lot of services. I respect all cloud, but you will see most of them nowadays have these services. This is not anymore, a preferred skill. Now mandatory. Okay. होता है ना preferred qualification, mandatory qualifications. JD देखा है कभी? Job description देखा है कभी? उसमें होता है. ठीक है. So nowadays these things are very widely trending. So people expect you to know SageMaker, Bedrock, Amazon Q. There is another service called Kiro. Have you heard? There is Amazon Kiro. I will show inside demo. I will show, not now. Okay. So Amazon Bedrock is used for basically foundational models, FMs. Have you heard about FMs, foundational models, Claude? जो API use कर रहे हो ना, AI के, वो सब है foundational models. So these foundational models are available inside Amazon Bedrock. You can get those API, pay them, and use them in your projects. Simple. Okay, done. Moving ahead to Amazon SageMaker, मान लो खुद का मॉडल बना है. You want to deploy it in the cloud. Use Amazon SageMaker. Clear? Bedrock foundational models के लिए integrate करके API use करो, pay as you go, and SageMaker to deploy your own complex models, right? And Amazon Q, just like your ChatGPT, right? Integrate into the क्या बोलते हैं उसको, VS Code, right? तो उसमें integrate करके Amazon Q you can use inside your any other text editor, code editor. You can use and it will help you to write code. Amazon Q तो भाई तबाही है, ठीक है? Actually I did a demo. Okay, what it did is I can show that demo right now also, but let's try to keep it in the workshop if possible. After the static hook website वाला उसको दिखा दें एक बार. What it will do is crazy. You will create an application for me, which does so and so. Let's say, and deploy it into AWS. मान लेते हैं. It will create files. Like you don't need to create files also. Folder जाके जो बनाते थे ना, वो भी बंद हो गया भाई. मतलब जो थोड़ा सा भी मैनुअल बचा था, वो भी गया. मतलब जॉब खत्म. Okay, so like, if we go to that serious, it can do that. I can show it, prove it to you, that how it can actually create files, folders, and even write code, deploy. Okay sir, हम job खत्म, चलो घर चलो. और job नहीं है market में, चलो घर चलो. We will keep the demo to the end of the, after the lunch. Lunch के बाद जो नहीं आया, तुम्हारी seniors को complain जाएगी, ठीक है? तो आ जाना लंच के बाद, मजाक करवा नहीं जाएगा, मायूस हो गई तो anyways, like we all have the day to spend in Sunday, even I had, but we are here to learn something. Come back and after lunch let's meet soon with a great demo. अपने दोस्तों को बुला के लाओ, जो पिछला वाला समझ नहीं पाया उसको समझा दूंगा. And the best part, बिना DSA के नहीं बोलूंगा. So, wrapping up this session, and thank you for following on this. Go back and have your chicken or biryani or so on. और जिसको अपने उसके साथ जाना था वो भी जा सकता है. चलो, anyways, thank you.
Stop कर HTML और टाइप से सीधे चार्जिंग आप ही और HTML
go to users, left side में users, अपना user बना हुआ है तुम्हारा, किसका बना हुआ है, तुम्हारा होगा, तुम लोग का हुआ, user बना हुआ है, किसका user नहीं है, ये वाला स्क्रीन आ रहा है, इसमें ऐड यूजर टू प्रूव कॉपी परमिशंस, कुछ नहीं, अभी गो टू अटैच पॉलिसीज डायरेक्टली, निकला, गॉट इट। अभी मैंने बोला था कि वी शुड नॉट अटैच एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर पॉलिसी राइट टू एवरीवन, वी शुड नॉट डू दैट, बट फॉर ईज ऑफ टुडेज वर्कशॉप वी विल डू इट फॉर एवरीवन, and but after that you will remove it, पक्का वाला promise, okay done। तो अभी administrator सर्च करो, एक्सेस मिला क्या, एडमिन सर्च करो, आ जाएगा, डिड यू गॉट इट, पक्का डन। एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर एक्सेस के नीचे जाओ, नेक्स्ट, ये शुड बी द परमिशंस फॉर टुडे, इज दिस डन, डन, ऑल डन, लेट्स मूव अहेड, क्रिएट अ यूजर, are you able to see the screen now, pakka done, okay, download.csv फाइल कर दो, ठीक है, जस्ट इन केस किसी को याददाश्त की कमजोरी हो तो वो कर सकते, download.csv फाइल and go back to the user system, go to the user, click on the user, in the user section you will be able to see two users, right? Go to the new user that you have created, Are you able to see security credentials? This one? Everyone is able to see? जिसको नहीं आया हाथ उठाएगा. आ गया सबको? पक्का? Now go down. There is an access key, right? Create an access key. Go for try to go for others for now. Description tag value access key लिख दो. Access key. अब तक सबको आ गया? किसी को डाउट? All good? Create access key. मिल गया? Done? Anyone who hasn't got this step yet, we will go back. You also. Where are you missing? Okay. Are you able to see this page? Go to security credentials. Then go down. Create access key. Other. And next. Done? Help your side one. Done na? All done? All good? Next step. So what have we done so far? We have created a user. We have also created his security credentials. What is a security credential? It's basically access key. Access key means which can be accessed outside of this console. Okay? So if you are trying to access something of this AWS, but outside of the console, outside means terminal. Have you heard terminal? So maybe VS Code ka terminal ho sakta hai. Normal, if you are using Mac, that could be Xcode terminal. Anyone, okay? So you can access through that. Perfect. All good. So now, just search S3. Are you able to see S3? Pakka? All got it? Let's create a bucket. After creation of this bucket, what our motto is, basically we will try to create a HTML page, very basic HTML page, and we will deploy it. We will give a public URL. We get a public URL link which anyone can access to view your .index file of HTML, correct? It is a very basic project. I know, like if someone is already aware of it, we can talk something else, but if you are interested, we'll go ahead. जो जिसको नहीं आता और like they are very interested, हाथ उठा लो, करेंगे आगे. किसी को नहीं करना? Okay, 3. शर्म करो, लड़कियां उठा रही है भाई साहब. हमारे बैच में ऐसा नहीं होता. Create bucket. What is a bucket, by the way? Anyone? Girls? Bucket means basically inside S3 where we store a lot of objects. Okay, we have a thing called buckets. And inside that we store our files. Okay, so we create buckets to store our files. Okay, perfect. So बाल्टी है भाई समझ लो, ठीक है, बाल्टी के अंदर सामान डाल दें. Simple bucket. Okay, so go and create a bucket. Are you able to see this? So it's a general purpose bucket, and in the bucket name, try to give something very unique. If it is not unique, when you are going to create it, will show it's not unique. Okay. Don't go to the submit button. I will show you next steps. Okay. First, write a bucket name. I will write. My name is Rudra. I will write VSSUT. use of this, basically, if you are storing some data, personal data, okay, and you don't want to, someone to go to your S3 bucket, get some link and just copy that link to his server and go to your S3 bucket and steal some data. You don't want that. That's why it is on check mark that public, block all public access. But as of now, our target is to deploy this application to the public so that everyone can access it. Correct? So we'll uncheck this. Go ahead and uncheck this. Done. Acknowledge this step. Yellow one. Done. For now we don't need versioning, so disable it. I told already what's versioning. Go to Amazon S3 SSE encryption. Just as default it is, don't change anything. Go ahead and create a bucket. And yeah, don't use uppercase letters. It's not allowed by format. Create a bucket. Okay. You can see the bucket is created. Rudra VSSUT 1, 2, 3. What's your bucket? Your bucket?
Mine. Milk bread 1, 2, 3, 4.
What? Milk?
Milk bread.
Milk bread?
Yeah.
You eat in breakfast. Milk bread.
It's actually a food, yeah.
Milk bread is I know what milk bread is. Oh my god. People are cringe here, man. Are you also with us? You are with us? Are you trying this? Have you tried to create a bucket? Okay, you are going to do it. Anyone who has created a bucket and have a crazy name? Oh, bhai, bata do.
Our bucket name is Crazy Kia, right?
Oh god, yeah. Crazy kar diya bhai. ठीक है. Gen Z kids, you need anything crazy. Go to this bucket. What are you able to see? This screen, right? So this is a bucket which have been created. We could have also done it through our terminal, but for your ease, I have done it here. But for the next step, we will do everything through terminal. Okay? VS Code किसके पास नहीं है? कौन है वो? आप मुझे ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है आपके पास नहीं है ना? सच बता दे, सच बता दे. मम्मी कसम, बताओ. है पक्का. आगे बढ़ते हैं. तो let's move ahead and go to VS Code. भाई मैंने कल रात एक फाइल बनाई थी. वो कहाँ गई? जिनको कॉपी पेस्ट करना अच्छा लगता है, हो जाना शुरू. यही तुम्हारा मौका है. Go to create a folder in VS Code. जिन्होंने HTML नहीं सीखा वो आज सीखेंगे. ठीक है. तो एक index.html बनाओ. ठीक है. अगर तुमको ये बहुत ही फालतू लग रहा है, अपना CSS डाल दो उसमें. ठीक है. चमत्कारी बना दो उसको. रंग बिरंगी. तुमने कुछ बनाया? क्या बोल रही हो? क्या क्या? बड़ा करो. चश्मे चाहिए. अब पक्का और बड़ा. Is it visible now? कौन कॉपी कर रहा है? जो कॉपी कर रहा है हाथ उठाओ. उसको पक्का रेफरल नहीं मिलेगा. पूरा सेंटेंस नहीं सुना तुमने. मैंने बोला पक्का रेफरल. रुक गया था उसके बाद. मुझे भी नहीं दिखते करते क्या? ये जो ब्लू शर्ट में बैठा है ना, तेरे साइड में, मेरा दोस्त जैसा दिख रहा है. एक दोस्त था, ठीक है, दोस्त जैसा दिख रहा है. वो ऐसे ही बैठा रहता है. उसको हम मानकर बुलाए। मेरा रूममेट हुआ करता है, वो खुद नहीं बना पा रही तो जाके हेल्प कर रहा है उसका। क्यों? शुभांकर तुम्हारा AWS क्लाउड कैप्टन अब HTML पेज बनाना सिखाएगा किसी को। Come on, let's do it, शुभांकर। What is HTML? गलत, मजाक कर। तो ठीक है, like you are in right hands, don't worry. So moving ahead, whoever has copied this will get 0 marks. कुछ अपना खुद का बनाओ। अब तुमने वो क्या बोलते हैं इसको, कोड विथ हैरी वाला HTML भी नहीं देखा ना अब तक, you are behind this AI race brother. तुम्हारी जॉब चली गई ऑलरेडी, अब तुम कोई और चीज ट्राई करो। किसका हो गया? डन डन डन, ओके। इसका सेम निकला ना पक्का, नहीं मिलेगा जो तुम सोच रहे हो, बिल्कुल नहीं मिलेगा। इसका नहीं हुआ अब तक, ओके। और किसी का कर रहे हो? ठीक है, 120 seconds मोर। भाई तुमसे HTML पेज नहीं निकाला था, वैसे भी ये प्रोग्रामिंग लैंग्वेज नहीं पता, किस किस को नहीं पता था? HTML और प्रोग्रामिंग लैंग्वेज माय फ्रेंड्स, it's a markup language. Skeleton बनाता है। Done? आगे बढ़ो ना। All done? All set? Okay. टर्मिनल खोलो। खुल गया? तो तेरा खुला क्या? नहीं खुला, नहीं। उसका नहीं खुला? पक्का? देखो आगे। Okay, we are going to start. 120 seconds over. Okay. पहले तो you have to सेव कर लिया सबने? फोल्डर बनाओ, फाइल बनाओ, सेव करो। पहले वो हो गया, अभी बढ़ेगा। डन? गो टू AWS, गो टू टर्मिनल। मैं इसको थोड़ा बड़ा कर लेता हूँ, उसको नहीं दिखेगा, दिख रहा है पक्का? Put your command as AWS configure. Done? What does it do? It will do nothing, just it will authenticate you. Do you know the difference between authentication and authorization? Anyone who is knowing difference between authentication and authorization? Authentication is nothing, just it will authenticate if you have the correct user login passwords or not. Authorization is something inside AWS. For example, if any service is authorized to perform this task or not. So can you relate this? Okay. So this is something related to login credentials, authentication. That is something related to access. Clear? Got it? Moving ahead. AWS configure done. Enter मारा किसी ने? मारो भाई मारो. Does it show access key?
Not
तुम लोग AWS का डाउनलोड करो पहले. installing Amazon CLI. गूगल सर्च करो इंस्टॉल, वो जो एरर आ रहा है ना AWS कॉन्फ़िगर आने पे वो सर्च करो तो तुमको ये वेबसाइट मिल जाएगी. किसको मिला? नहीं मिला? मिल गया? ये इंस्टॉल किया तुमने? इंस्टॉल करो. तुम्हारा विंडोज 64 बिट है ना? किस किस का जो है वो अकॉर्डिंगली यहाँ पे है. यहाँ पे होगा इंस्टॉल में जाओ तो तुमको ऑप्शंस मिल जाएंगे. यहाँ पे लिनक्स मैक विंडोज का ऑप्शन जिसका जो है हो जाओ शुरू. Go to that website. Link भी इधर है. Just search AWS CLI, you will get it. क्या चाहिए भाई तेरे को? हुआ उसका इंस्टॉल किया? डन. पक्का? ठीक है. हुआ है इंस्टॉल? अभी करो ना इंस्टॉल. इंस्टॉल करने के बाद वो कमांड रन करके देखो चल रहा है. डन. कौन सा है तेरा? विंडोज 64 बिट. तो दिस वन ओनली ना, इट्स वर्किंग राइट. ये वाला राइट चल रहा है. तो शुरू हो जाओ भाई साहब. किसी के पास लिनक्स या मैक है क्या? मैक, लिनक्स, मैक. तो लिनक्स का यहाँ पे है कमांड मिला तुमको. इस पेज में लिनक्स भी है. हो गया इंस्टॉल. कौन सा विंडोज? भाई तो कर नहीं रहा. सही बता. हो नहीं रहा. क्या इशू है? हाँ? Your access key and secret access key should be hidden. Don't share to anyone. First of all, I will delete all these credentials. Don't worry about me. Okay. Go for the default region name. अगर तुमको AP South 1 आ रहा है, AP South 1 दे दो. अगर नहीं आ रहा है तो US-East-1 भी दे सकते हो. By default कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. Secret access key. वो भी तो दिखा रहा है. यहाँ से डाउनलोड किए एक्सेस. सीक्रेट एक्सेस भी तुमको नहीं मिल रहा था ना भाई? मिला. CSV फाइल जो यहाँ से डाउनलोड किए थे एक्सेस की से, उसके अंदर एक्सेस की भी एक वैल्यू भी है. किस किस को मिल गया एक्सेस की और उसका पासवर्ड? किस किस को मिल गया? किसको नहीं मिला? नहीं किसको नहीं मिला अब तक? तुमको नहीं मिला? नहीं मिल रहा? मिल गया. किसी को नहीं मिला ऐसा कोई है? आराम से बताओ. ऑल डन. चले आगे. सबने ये स्टेप कंप्लीट कर दिया? किसका ये स्टेप कंप्लीट नहीं हुआ? तुम्हारा नहीं हुआ? क्या आ रहा है? कौन से वाले पे? डिफॉल्ट रीजन? हाँ बोला तो US हाइफन ईस्ट हाइफन 1 रीजन जेसन बोला तो जेसन डिफॉल्ट आउटपुट ऑल गुड। क्या तुमको अभी ऐसा पेज दिखा रहा है तुम्हारे फोल्डर का? किसका दिखा रहा है? किसका दिखा रहा है? ये वाला लास्ट लाइन हो गया। किसी का ऐसा है जो कॉन्फ़िगर नहीं हुआ अब तक? कोई है जिसका कॉन्फ़िगर नहीं हुआ? एनीवन? तुम्हारा वो डाउनलोड हुआ अभी? हो गया। बड़े तेज लोग। आगे बढ़े। तो इसको रिसीव करने गए थे। कौन बोला था? अभी ये वाला कमांड डालो AWS STS get caller identity। किसी को ये कमांड डालने के बाद अगर वो रिजल्ट नहीं मिल रहा, ये वाला रिजल्ट तुम्हारा यूजर आईडी वाला नहीं मिल रहा तो दिक्कत है, वापस से कॉन्फ़िगर। तेरे लिए लोग गए हैं लाने के लिए, ये दिख रहा है किसी को? किसी का नहीं आ रहा है ये? Anyone who is not getting after this command this lines? No one, right? तुम्हारा हो रहा है, उसका नहीं हो रहा ना? आ रहा है? तो ये कॉलर आइडेंटिटी क्या होता है, कॉन्फ़िगर क्या होता है? सबको पता चला कि हमने अपना आइडेंटिटी दिया, एक्सेस की आईडी सीक्रेट की दिया सब लोग। उसके बाद वी आर गेटिंग द कंफर्मेशन दैट वी हैव कॉन्फ़िगर्ड द CLI बेसिकली। CLI means command line interface. So basically console में जिसको access नहीं करना, you can access it through terminal by CLI. Okay. So we are configuring.
The first step was authentication.
Yeah, that was AWS configure. AWS configure is for authentication that we did for secret access. This is the first step for any command line interface. We have to authenticate to access that console. Okay, because we are accessing through terminal. We are not directly accessing the console here, right? So we have to give some identification because to access that. Okay. After that, ये वाला STS get caller identity, that means you are confirming that if your identification is right or not. So user ID and your account ID must be right. First check that कि तुम्हारा account ID और user ID same है. ठीक है? User ID must be the access key, right? Sorry, user ID will be your user ID and account ID. ARN means there is a identification code, okay, that is ARN. For any service or any particular user, there is a ARN attached to it. किस का ये step नहीं हुआ? All done? Okay. Moving ahead. All of you have created the S3 bucket, right? All done. And this code is also done. Basic, very basic HTML code. All good? Okay. So we have done till now authentication. We have also done like confirmation of the caller identity. Now we will simply go and inside that bucket that we created just now in AWS S3, that bucket was some किसी का crazy था भाई crazy तेरा था ना? हाँ, तो भाई तेरे crazy bucket में एक crazy चीज डाल दे, ठीक है? तो you have to add you have to add this index.html that you have just made inside that S3 bucket. Are you getting it? Concept समझ आ गया? बना दे। तो अभी now go to your back to the terminal.
इसका
I am putting my command.
अभी आ रहा है? ये डेस्कटॉप स्विच कर रहा हूँ, उसमें आएगा कि नहीं पता।
बस गो टू योर S3 bucket.
ना हो जाएगा, स्क्रीन शेयर चला जाएगा।
People having this issue AWS SBS get caller identity. How many are having this issue that they are not able to get this?
नहीं पता, कुछ साउंड नहीं आ रहा था।
1, 2,
साउंड
only these two. Are these two your accounts? These two your accounts? Your own account, right? Not able to get this one. Try to configure again and kill this terminal. Try to configure again. If it's still not working, you will see. Only these two, right? Only these two. Anyone else getting this issue? We will go to this issue then. No one, right? Only these two, right? Okay, we'll come back. Okay. Now, go to your S3 bucket first and see what is your bucket name. My bucket name is Rudra VSSUT 123. Copy your bucket name first. Copy your bucket name.
स्क्रीन शेयर नहीं आ रहा। डेस्कटॉप क्या किया? डेस्कटॉप स्विच करने से स्क्रीन शेयर नहीं आ रहा।
Lot of people might be having network issues, right? So calm down. We will do it slowly. First of all, if anyone is having network issues, calm down. And I will just explain this command first. You are saying AWS S3 CP index.html. This is the bucket name, right? So what does this mean exactly? So AWS is the, of course, we are using everything. Before every command we are using AWS. After that we are using the S3 service. CP means copy. CP means copy. Simple. So we are copying the index.html file that we have made to that bucket. As simple as that. Clear? Clear? How many of you have reached this step? Okay. So, are you able to enter and save this file? Are you able to enter and save this file? Is it uploaded for you? Done? How many of you haven't uploaded and are still facing an issue except these two? हो गया? तुम्हारा हुआ? भाई, yes, caller identity issue था, तुम्हारा हुआ या upload? Upload हो रहा है? Anyone having issue? तुम्हारा issue है? अरे issue है तुम्हारा? क्या हुआ? जोर से बोलो। कॉपी नहीं हो रहा? क्या इशू आ रहा है? Does not exist मतलब तुम्हारा बकेट नेम देखो, मैं अपना बकेट नेम डाला हूँ, तुमने ये चेक किया? तुम्हारा फाइल नेम चेक करो, index.html है कि नहीं? उसके बाद तुम्हारा S3:// उसके बाद तुम्हारा बकेट नेम, उसके बाद एक स्लैश। हो रहा है? कोई देख लो पीछे क्यों नहीं हो रहा? किस किस का हो गया ये वाला अपलोड किसका किसका हो गया? बहुत लोग का हो गया, तुम लोग का हो गया? जिन लोग का नहीं हो रहा थोड़ा हेल्प कर दो भाई लोग। So what have we done so far? Can anyone say? Let me pick someone random. तुम बता भाई। क्या अभी हम लोग क्या किया? Till now what we have done? कौन बोल रहा है? कौन? नहीं तुम नहीं भाई। हाँ ओके ये वाला कमांड करेक्ट ठीक है। और हमने बकेट में एक चीज अब हमने बकेट में एक चीज की थी कि हमने ब्लॉक पब्लिक एक्सेस को हटाया था, अनचेक किया था, याद है? किस किस ने वो स्टेप किया था? सबने? ओके जिनने नहीं किया था उनका नहीं चलेगा, वापस जाके करें।
फ्लिकर कर रहे हैं ना, कैमरा कैप्चर कर ले रहा है।
कमांड देखो go to this command AWS S3 website S3 फिर उतना bucket name index document index.html। इस कमांड की वजह से हम क्या कर सकते हैं? what we can do using this command is basically we are hosting a website through S3. Okay, our target was to host this index.html in a website, like in a URL which we can access publicly. This was our motto, right? So this is the last step. Go to AWS S3 website where we can host this index.html inside S3 and publicly access it. If anyone is facing this issue, I have given you an example that this issue could be faced. इसमें क्या होगा कि तुमने कोई स्पेस या फिर कोई हाइफन मिस किया है ढंग से. Try to copy this in from any AWS documentation or just Google this or ChatGPT this line. You will get the exact format. I have put the exact format and I have got the result. But if you are facing this issue, that means some space or hyphen or colon is something missing. Just check that in format of syntax out. You will get it. How many of you have done this step? One. Okay.
जैश यूज कर रहे हैं.
Last वाला हो गया? Last वाला. पूरा एकदम static website hosting done. Good. Anyone else done?
बैकस्लैश के बाद स्पेस है.
एक काम करते हैं इसको
कंट्रोल माइनस कमांड माइनस.
एक काम करो ये वाला लाइन को चैट जीपीटी में डालो. उसमें देखो कि कौन सा स्पेस या कौन सा कॉलम मिसिंग है. इवन इफ देयर इज अ स्पेस आई कैन टेल यू देयर इज अ स्पेस एक्चुअली. बट यहाँ पे दिक्कत हो सकता है. चैट जीपीटी एक बार ट्राई करके देखो. या फिर गो टू AWS documentation, you will find this line. Just copy that line and paste it here. Even I was facing this issue yesterday. That's why I have tried to replicate this thing so that you can be aware of this issue can be there. You have need to come here. How many of you have done this? Working for you? Where did you got the command? Command जिसका हो गया command कहाँ से मिला? Copy किया यहाँ से या फिर कोई documentation? यहीं से ना? किसका चल रहा है ये वाला? तुम्हारे नहीं चल रहा. Okay, रिकमेंडेशन से उठाया ये वाला रैंक चैट जीपीटी किसी का नहीं हो रहा हेल्प कर लो चैट जीपीटी कर लो ये वाला रैंक वो मिल जाएगा या फिर AWS डॉक्यूमेंटेशन में भी है ये बस बकेट नेम अपना चेंज करके डाल I will wait for 5 more minutes ताकि ये लोग सब लोग ये स्टेप पे आ जाए क्योंकि this is the last step उसके बाद जादू होगा although this is a very simple very basic project but to keep it simple for first years I have done it those who are very interested in doing one stack projects who are already doing one stack projects go home go to your hostel do the same thing using like the EC2 will be for the backend deploy the EC2 deploy the backend in the EC2 and for frontend you can use S3 if it is static if you are using React you can use any EC2 also to run the server of Node and you can run that public access link dynamically and check okay go home and try that out because of time constraints I am doing this okay how many of you have reached this step most of you okay you guys still waiting try go to ChatGPT man go to ChatGPT and search this line you will get the exact command use AI effectively all done okay now go back to your S3 refresh the page go back to your S3 bucket refresh the page go to your bucket are you able to see your object or not who all are able to see your object cool so you have successfully uploaded your first object in S3 congratulations not a big deal but still first is always first right so go down to the permissions actually you know what don't go to the permissions try to open this page here you will see open go to open किसका ये इशू नहीं आ रहा I mean किसका ये नहीं आ रहा she's in soft are you in trauma
No, sir.
it's not opening for you
No, it's working well, sir.
it's working how many of you like have reached this step how many of you haven't and it is showing denied permission denied issue permission denied किसका permission denied आ रहा है if you are getting permission denied that's a good thing don't worry how many of you are getting permission denied so what could have went wrong anyone can answer you are getting permission denied right what just think what could have went wrong
अनचेक नहीं किया था अनचेक नहीं किया था
अनचेक नहीं किया था ओके तुमने तो अनचेक किया था तो क्यों नहीं आ रहा सोचो आई नो द आंसर आई विल टेल यू बट यू थिंक now remember all those things that I told earlier IAM access thing okay similarly there is a thing called bucket access okay if your S3 bucket is actually restricted to your IAM permissions and it does not allow read access so any user can't be able to read it maybe only few users can read it or else no one can read it there are set of permissions that you need to allow okay so those who are facing this issue come with me I mean follow with me go to your console again go to console go to the bucket those who are getting deny issue who are getting deny issue okay follow me go to the to your bucket not the file go to the bucket got it go to permissions is there a bucket policy Are you able to see a bucket policy? Okay. Now we will play with IAM roles. Okay. Go to edit. Okay. Now read this policy that I have written. You are having that issue, right? Okay. Can you stand up and read this out loud? No, not you. He was having the issue.
Which one, that code?
Yeah, this one. Remove, don't read the version. Start from here. Ignore that. Go ahead with this. Start from here. Statement. Without allow again. Next. Star. Action is
S3 get object.
okay.
And the resources and
Resources this one. Correct. Sit down. Are you able to get what we went wrong? Are you able to understand what went wrong with this? Like we didn't have this permission. So what happened is basically as I told her right now, that there could be an issue with S3 get object. Okay. So what can happen is you can go to the effect. Effect is basically allow or deny. You are giving permission to principal. Principal means any user. Okay. If you are giving a user ARN here, then only that specific user can access. But as we have given star, anyone can access. Correct? Action is S3 get object. We are trying to read the object. Read means get. I mean, if you have seen in Postman, read means get, right? Okay. Resources, this ARN. What is this ARN? This one. Go to your my first website. You will see this one. That same ARN. Getting? I'm going back to that per policy. Try to use this policy. Who are having the deny issue, go down and use this policy. Then click on submit, save changes. And in this resource, you need to put your the bucket name. Okay.
Slash.
Are you able to create this? Mobile having the deny issue, are you able to create this? हाँ, कुछ भी डाल सकते हो. इसका ये स्टेप हो गया. I mean जिसका डिनाई आ रहा था, इसका ये इशू हो गया रिजॉल्व. After doing this, simply go to your page, refresh this. किसी का एक्सेस डिनाइड हटा? अरे ऊपर कर देता हूँ.
क्या सेक्सी चीज हुआ है, स्विच दबाया नीचे उठा जा रहा, चढ़ गया यहाँ पर।
किस किस का हो गया सक्सेसफुली?
क्या करूँ?
जिसका कोई अलग इशू है उस पर आएंगे। ओवरऑल किस किस का हो गया? हाथ उठा दो। जिसका ऑलरेडी अलाउड था उसको करने की जरूरत नहीं है, जिसका नहीं हो रहा था डिनाई वो करके देखो, हो रहा होगा। हो गया? तुम्हारा पहले से एक्सेस आया था कि नहीं आया? तो वापस क्यों डाल दो? तुमने पहले वो बकेट पॉलिसी डाला था कि नहीं डाला? उससे पहले आ रहा था तुम्हारा, हाँ तो वापस क्यों डाल दो? हाँ तो एक्सपायर हो गया होगा। हाँ हमने वो पोस्टिंग बंद कर दी होगी ना, वो टाइम आउट है। तुम्हारा आ गया था पहले, राइट? किस किस का आ गया है पहले से? All done. That was the demo. You can increase the timer, you can make it for public for all the time, you can do whatever you want. That was just a demo, just for a minute time. Most of them would be able to get it, right? Suman, we can close this. Anyone still facing an issue? किस का और एक बार आ गया है, पोस्टिंग हो गया एक बार, किस का हो गया है, उसको एक बार भी स्क्रीन दिखाए किसका हुआ था भाई? You guys haven't already done? हो गया, right? All done? If anyone is having any issue with any permission or something, go home, try this at home again. Okay? Although I can see 90% have done, that's a good thing. I didn't expect that much, but yeah. So if anyone has any problem, go down your home, try it, and we are running out of time. So you know, if you have any questions, we'll take them now, and we'll have a Q&A session. So before that, if anyone is having any issue, just wrap it up, or you can again go ahead and try this at home. Simply. If you have any issue, yeah, go ahead. Hello, ठीक है? How are you feeling after hosting your first site? खुश? पहली बार क्या? All good? Okay. तुम दोनों का हो गया? तुम्हारा? भाई वो दुखी आत्मा बैठा है, उसको हेल्प कर देते। इसका नहीं हुआ, हेल्प करो दूसरों को। पैसा थोड़ी है, कंजूसी क्यों कर रहे हो? We can stop presenting, right? So I believed in myself that I could do it. So I was able to do that 2x or I think. Yeah.
Did you have any prior knowledge, programming knowledge before coming to the college?
No, I didn't. So I had no experience. If you guys are having any neat wala background, like if you are aiming for medical or something, no, there will be people. So don't worry. Even I had no prior experience. Although I was opted for the CS thing in my 12th. 12th you had an option, so I had that CS background. But in my school they didn't taught really programming. It was just conceptual, which I think your first year itself, if you are in any branch, in first year itself there is a C++, I think there is a course C, right? you can able to catch those concepts. The same thing we learned in my 12th. That's it. Nothing different.
What does a typical day at AWS for you?
Oh God. So yeah, a typical day for me at AWS is like mine is work from home. So 5 days a week I work from home, and but I need to stay in Hyderabad due to hub location policies. So a typical day I generally wake up little late, but you should not wake up ideally. I wake up late and I generally skip my breakfast and get scolded by my mom. So should not skip my breakfast. And after my breakfast, I move to AWS. I go through my mails. If I have to for the tasks for today, I go and help the customers. Our AWS customers are I think spread worldwide, right? So there are different customers waiting their issues that I troubleshoot. I replicate the issues. I connect with customers. I connect with on-call teams. We need to fix the issue, fix the bugs. And yeah, that's basically typical day in my day looks like at AWS.
What is a single thing you like about your job?
Customers. So I love customers. I love interacting with customers. So when you are interacting with any customer, right? So it is really important to be obsessed. If you are not obsessed about your job or what you are doing, you can't really explain it to the customer, right? So I love customers. I love handling customers. I really like to explain things to them. So how I'm explaining here the steps that I followed, I try to explain the steps that they should follow to do this thing. So yeah, customers.
What was your first breakthrough moment?
Our first breakthrough moment, I mean in what sense exactly?
Career-wise.
Oh God, I got my internship in first year itself. So it was paying 8,000 rupees stipend. So that was a data analyst kind of job. Many people, generally don't get at first year. So it's quite a difficult thing to achieve. So I was one of the first in college. And I'm not sure about if anyone would have done it so far. But when I was in my college, I heard that no one hasn't, got an internship in first year. So yeah, that was a breakthrough that a belief, more importantly, that yes, there is a step for me. Even I'm from ETC, it doesn't matter. I can do it. If he can, I can. Simple.
Does department, branch, CGPA, and a college matters in IT career?
See, it has two, a coin has two sides, right? I will explain it. Like, for example, you belong to IIT, NIT, you will definitely have more opportunities. That's for sure. People are really working hard to get into those colleges, so it's not a joke, definitely. But our college is not at all bad, okay? There might be some problems at colleges which could be fixed, but talking about the curriculum wise, it's not at all bad. It's very good. You should follow them, follow your teachers, follow your faculties. They are trying to help you only. Discipline is something that is really important. But yeah, coming back to the question, CGPA doesn't matter. At off campus, I mean very specific, okay? On campus, yes, it matters. If you want an on campus placement at your college, definitely there is a barrier, because most of the companies coming to the college will have a specific requirement, like they should have been 8 plus, 7.5 plus. It's a minimum requirement, okay? Try to achieve more. If not, this is the barrier which I actually faced. And even my CGPA was quite low. My CGPA was 6.92, okay, in the entire college. So CGPA will not matter off campus, but it will matter on campus. So if my CGPA was more in on campus, I could have cracked maybe better job at on campus. So maybe there I lacked, because I felt ETC subjects were quite difficult for me, because I was not really focused on ETC subjects. But if you are someone who is learning from ETC, this is not the right thing that I did. So please study and try to at least score a bare minimum CGPA that is required to at least sit for placement if you are more interested towards IT or software. Okay. I hope that answers.
how has been your college life? Let it be hostel, college days, anything.
Friends.
So I belong to Kratu hostel, and my friend is also sitting here. We know what happened in our entire college days. So definitely, I am someone who was not as involved as people were there in hostel. I was little curious about learning every time. Even my friend sitting here will be agreeing to it. Okay. So definitely I was not the person who is very much interactive, but I was always there at get-togethers. Okay. So even if my friends are planning a birthday party, I will be there. Even they are going out for a party, I will be there. Okay. So having right friends is very important. Please choose your friends wisely. Okay. So my roommates specifically, I'm telling it live. If they are hearing this, okay, my roommates were very special to me. When I was having a bad day, when I was feeling actually, if you don't know, I had few attendance packs in my college. Okay, I am not suggesting you to have them, not at all ideal. Okay, but I had few. So what happened is I felt like I lost it. I completely lost it, and I felt I couldn't crack any job. This is it. I need to go back home, pack my bags. I was crying. There is a Hanuman temple, right? So I was crying there entire day. I was calling my mom that it's done for me and I will go back. There were also personal incidents happening around, but coming back to only professional thing. So this was a major setback for me. Where when I came back, this was an attendance back list has come. Okay, I knew it. When I came back to my hostel, in my entire room, no one was talking about it. No one, nothing. These are the set of friends we really need to have. When they know that something bad has happened already, they will not exaggerate it. They will be helping you, actually, motivating you. हो गया यार छोड़ आगे बढ़ क्या हो गया मतलब you can do it. If he can, you can. I have a simple ideology. If X, Y, Z can, then you are also human, he is also human. If he can, you can. Simple. If I am sitting here, you can also sit here. Simple. I hope that answers. Yeah.
You just talked about something like mental depression, something like that. So, how do we deal with that? There are a lot of people here who might be feeling something like that.
See, even I was just someone like you who was very mentally depressed. Very, very mentally depressed. In second year, third year, completely mentally depressed. I was trying to avoid classes. I was trying to avoid to interact with lot of friends due to some personal reasons. But one thing that I learned from the entire process that actually helped me to get back to shape. Be engaged. You don't have a minute to think about what happened in past. Be engaged. You should not be sitting alone and doing nothing. This should not happen. I have an hour. What can I do? Let's build some project. Okay. Let's interact with someone who can be helping me to come out of this situation. Interact, engaged. Get yourself engaged. Don't be idle. Yeah, that helped me to get out of this.
Okay, so do we have some questions from the audience?
Hello sir, my question is there are two types of guys in college. One guy who does continuously development, another guy who continuously do DSM. They both aim to land a job in bank. So most believe that the person who are doing DSA are more capable of cracking a job at bank than the developers. So are there any jobs or ways to crack the non-DSA guys for the Amazon or any bank company?
I really wanted to answer this question. Thank you for asking. Even I tried to put this in my session as well to create a curiosity that this could happen. So I have someone who has never done DSA in my entire life. Okay. So DSA was very difficult for me. So what was the alternative, right? Development. So I tried to be as good as I can. Even there were friends of mine who were much better than me in development or DSA or whatever it is possible. In my way, I tried to be, if today I am X, tomorrow I will be X plus 1. Simple. I will learn something new tomorrow. If I don't learn, I'm like lagging 100 times behind. So learning attitude is really important. Coming back to the question, like is DSA important or DSA not important or development? So what worked for me, I will tell you. So see, if you are trying to aim for SD roles at Mang or any product-based MNCs, DSA is a must. There is no way out. Simple. I am into cloud, DevOps, and people, my friends are into AI engineering as well. Okay. So if you are aiming for a cloud engineer, if you are a first year, second year student, you are aiming for a cloud engineering roles, DevOps roles, platform engineering roles, in fact AI engineering roles. Most of the companies, including Mang, do not ask DSA. Even I wasn't asked DSA. Okay. So what actually you should focus on was like you could actually run computer fundamentals. First of all, if you are learning and applying for cloud roles, try to be very good at operating systems, Linux. Try to be good at scripting. Next, go for and networking. Learn how to do computer networks. Learn how to be good at firewalls, API gateway. Go for observability. Learn how things are working there. Then try to learn any one cloud. If you are going for AWS, I'm really happy to help you out. But like if you are going for any other cloud, also there is I think plenty of documentation available. You can check this out and try to learn step by step, end to end. Try to learn. Don't leave it haphazardly. Try to learn end to end and maybe start with Docker, then slowly move to Kubernetes. Try to integrate projects with Docker, Kubernetes, CI/CD. Even this AI era, try to integrate AI in your project. So this project will look like a substantial improvement and considerably very good project as compared to others in the area, right? So try to be as good as you can in this project field. Maybe try to crack good number of internships. Internships as something will be, I don't know if that's a set of question, but internship is something like which played a very crucial part in my life. So as many good internships as you do, I did 16 technical internship in my entire 4 years. So you can check it my LinkedIn. 6 I did like around every internship was startup. I tried to contact them through LinkedIn. Every time I was trying, even if I'm missing some class or I had some issue, whatever it could be, if I'm at home, every day I try to ping hundreds of people, try to apply 10, 20 of job per day. So if you go and check my LinkedIn, in my job section, you will see 3,000 plus jobs applied. It was in my college time, now it has increased. So like that number of jobs you need to apply to get into those internships. So don't think like you are applying 2 jobs of internship and we're expecting mera to nahi ho raha. So we are not applying more. Try to apply more and more jobs of internships. Then you can easily crack off-campus internship. Yeah, like if college is not providing, why are you sitting idle? You go ahead and take the opportunity and get the internship. And if I can, of course, I said this line hundreds of times. If I can do 16, you can do 6, you can do 2, you can do 1 at least. Okay. Bare minimum, try to do 2 internships in your entire 4 years of career. So that will be having a good impact in your resume as well as helping you in that DevOps or cloud engineering full-time roles early. I'm ahead in the career. I hope your questions answers right. Yeah.
My question is, I want to pursue a career in cloud computing. So, how much development knowledge is required for the back-end part?
Of course, you need to learn development. For see, if you are which year are you currently? Second year. So, see, you have an ample amount of time. First of all, that's a good thing. So, go first of all learn web development. Why? Because in internships, you will not find cloud engineering, DevOps engineering internship. So that's a problem. Okay, for now, internship is completely dead. For cloud and DevOps, they are generally hiring for experienced folks. But when you are in your final year, you will see lot of more jobs as fresher coming up for cloud and DevOps roles because of the increasing use of AI and cloud. They will need more engineers in future. So maybe for now they might be hiring experienced, but when you are graduating, they will be hiring more number of freshers as well. But for before going into that, you will need internships. And for now, you are not getting the internship in cloud. Am I correct? You are not getting. So but in web development, you will see ample number of hirings. So try to improvise in your web development skill. Try to learn backend, even frontend if possible. In full stack or frontend or backend, there will be ample number of opportunities as intern available. Even I have done so many internships. You can contact the recruiters as well through my LinkedIn. Even you can reach out to me if I have any network in my network. If anyone is hiring, I can definitely help you out. So yeah, that is the point. Like try to maximize the chance to get an internship through this web development skill. Then further you can go to in your third year-ish, fourth. So you can go back to your cloud concepts and then go back to the cloud computing career that you want. I hope that answers.
Thank you.
So could you share how is journey from iServU to Amazon?
Actually a good question. So I wasn't expecting this question from my friend, but yeah. So it's actually a good question. So in iServU, what happened was people have a very bad thinking. I don't know why. They will not join startup. They will not join mid-range company if they don't see that this is not that big company. I will not join, and I will stay back and do something else. This is a very bad mindset. Please try to avoid. If you have some different goals, that's a completely different scenario. But if you are trying to be in the job market and you still want to get a job, please try to avoid such things. First of all, try to get a job. Any job possible. If it is on campus, off campus, if you are getting a placement, please take it 200 folded. You can just take this opportunity. Then just try to maximize the chances when you are trying to switch from any company that you have just got through on campus or off campus. Try to maximize your chances there, that how you are learning there, so that you can get into this Amazon or that kind of company. So for me, what worked, answering the question now. So in my journey in iServU, I was really blessed to have a very great mentor and team lead. He actually helped me learn a lot of concept in DevOps. When I was moved internally to DevOps team from front end to DevOps, so initially I was very overwhelmed. I didn't know DevOps from beginning. I didn't study that in college. You have the opportunity to study. I didn't have that mind to study actually. So there I was struggling, and he was actually helping me out, learning Linux, then going to cloud, deploying things, handling production issues that is coming in the environment, in the production environments, like in the industry. You will find a lot of troubleshooting issues, this error has come, achanak se issue aaya, now you have to solve this. So this rapid situation there will be there. So these things actually help you to shape and know things that is actually helping you to get into such companies. So this working in the industrial environments will definitely help you. Second part, even if you are working in iServU or any other company, it is equally as good as you are working in somewhere else. First of all, clear this mind, and then study what is required. For example, I thought that for cloud engineering and DevOps role, I need to study these, right? So I studied and took out time in my weekends. I try to study. Even I try to maximize my learning in the iServU itself, so that I can make into the interview rounds and then clear the interview. So that was my mindset, and that was the thing that helped me moving from iServU to Amazon. I hope that answers.
Hello. Good evening, sir. My name is Pratyush. I am a BTech third year student. Sir, actually, I have very keen interest in backend, basically. So my question is, currently now I am in JavaScript, and I am thinking of switching to React, its framework. So, like, what steps shall I take further? Like, what should I learn further? Can you please suggest?
So first of all, you are interested in backend, right? But now you are talking about front-end technologies,
Yes.
JavaScript and
Yes.
React. Okay. So you are asking like from JavaScript to React, you have almost getting into that pathway. That is done mostly for you, and now you are moving to backend, right?
No, I am getting into like React.
Okay.
And
Now, but you are aiming for backend. Like
Yeah.
how what are the next steps to learn backend?
Yes.
Are you saying that? Okay. So like to answer this, like if you are aiming for a MERN stack role, so like you have done the React part, and let's say have completed the React and JavaScript and HTML CSS. Now move on to Express.js, Node.js in the backend. Why? Because MERN stack as a role, you will find ample number of internship opportunities. You will find more number of roles as in startups, as in internship, So as internships, when you are searching in LinkedIn or any other platform, you will find very ample amount of opportunities in MERN stack itself. So try to complete this MERN stack in backend. Try to complete the Express.js, Node.js. If you are more interested towards Python or something like that, you can even go for Django, Flask. Okay, then complete the backend, complete full stack projects through and integrate with your database and backend APIs. Complete the full stack projects, then apply for it as many possible opportunities in the market for the internships. Try to get a good internship. Try to convert it into the PPO. Even many of here are already cracked some good companies. Some is standing for JP Morgan. Some is from UBS for on campus. Whatever it is, like try to maximize the opportunity that you are trying to get into, right? So that at least at the end of your final year you have your at least what you wanted to be, let's say backend engineer, you can at least get that job. Try to maximize the chances. Try to get more internships that will add up in the resume and help you boost in comparison to the other candidates. I hope that answers. Yeah.
Sir, is it a good practice like learning a language while making a project side by side?
It is absolutely great because this is the best way you can learn a language. Like at least for me it worked. Okay, I don't know about others. See, when for DSA you try to learn and then try to solve problems. Development doesn't work that. Development is something like if you are doing simultaneously do something so that your mind will say, okay, for this thing means this. Okay, you are getting it visualized. So that is more easier to adapt. I mean to learn things faster.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I hope that answers. Thank you.
So, sir, how did you land your first internship? Like, what was your skill set by then?
Great question, first of all. Actually, I was wondering if someone could ask. But like, what happened is generally when I was in my first year, so that was a data analyst. It was completely a Excel kind of thing. So I'm not considering it as a tech internship. I'm talking more about tech internship now. So what happened in my second year? So if you are a second year student right now, this was the time, I think, which month is January, right? Yeah, so January I started to look out for internships because it was my fourth semester. For you, if you are a fourth semester, so like I tried to look out for now, and currently my skill set was just front end. I did HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React. That's it. So I try to apply as many roles as possible in LinkedIn. I used only LinkedIn, but you can also see different platforms are there like LinkedIn, Naukri, Indeed, Unstop, many, in fact, well found. So many other platforms are there. You can try to check them out as well as try to apply as many jobs as possible, as many internships as possible. If you are not getting it through college, so don't worry and try to apply as many roles as possible, and you will find your first internship. Yeah.
गुड इवनिंग सर. सर एज वी नो कि आपका 16 प्लस इंटर्नशिप है, तो मतलब कॉलेज में था. देन हाउ यू मैनेज द कॉलेज लाइफ विद द इंटर्नशिप थ्रूआउट द 4 years?
See, I mean, again, a good question. But see, first of all, you need to understand that something that worked for someone is not necessarily should be working for the other part, right? For example, if for me this time of study worked, then it not necessarily to be worked for you. Okay. So for me, what was happening was when I was trying to attend my colleges, sometimes I missed, but you should not miss ideally. But whenever I am coming back and completed my lab assignments in the night only, in the evening time, everyone slept in my room. Okay. So then I start preparing my off-campus journey. Okay. From even just after dinner, I try to maximize my learning. So I worked generally at night hours. So I was a night owl and not recommending. It's dangerous to health. So don't do that. But it worked for me. Okay. So I maximized my time. Whatever was possible, I was doing. Even a lot of my friends were complaining that I am not giving time to them. So, but somehow it will compensate at the end. Okay, if you push yourself to your limits, sky is the limit, right? I hope that answers. Try to maximize the time.
Anyone else?
Sir, you have said about Amazon Kiro demo.
Oh, I missed it. Actually, don't worry. You can just go to Amazon Kiro website and just download it. Download the Amazon Kiro. It will be application. Download it. Then just give it. There is a command line there. Just you need to give prompts like ChatGPT. Just give it a prompt that develop this application for me. You will actually see files are getting created automatically. It will write all the code in those files. You will see, try it yourself first. If you are still facing an issue, feel free to connect me at LinkedIn. I will try to help you out.
Sir, how much certification courses matter, or only the learning matters? Like,
see, certifications are different. Like various certifications exist in the market. So, to be general, Udemy and the Coursera certifications doesn't matter. Okay, so they do not matter. They does not add up anything. But if you are doing any industrial certification from AWS, Azure, or any other platform, that is colleges sometimes also bringing SAP kind of. When I was in, I don't know if it's still there, but there was SAP. It is going on, right? Okay. So yeah, great thing for you. There are SAP certificates, Cisco certification are also there. So these kind of industrial certification actually matter, not the one Udemy and Coursera, because they sell for learning purpose. That certification is not valid through. Okay, for learning it is good. If you are paying some XX amount to Udemy or Coursera, and if you are learning through it, you are actually helping in your job search or career wise, go ahead and take it. It's your money and you can do that. That's not, no one will stop you. But talking about what is valid and accepted throughout, something like which I told, right, AWS, Cisco, SAP, any other cloud certifications, these will matter in the industry. I hope that answers.
मैं आपको ये पूछ रहा था कि वो आप तो डीएसए नहीं कर रहे थे, तो आप जब आपको आईसीयू में पहला जॉब मिला वो आपको कैसे, मतलब उसमें क्या डीएसए?
उसमें जनरली मेरा इंटरव्यूज में मैं बता देना चाहता हूँ, तो उसमें डीएसए मेरे को पूछा, तो मैंने बोल दिया मुझे नहीं आता, तो मेरा इंटरव्यूअर चेंज हुआ था, ठीक है, जस्ट फॉर मी they changed my interviewer. Maybe they liked my resume because there were many internships there. So maybe they believed in me that this person might be doing good development. Let's judge on that, because at the end, when you are going to ISRV, you have to do development only. You won't be doing DSA, right? So DSA is a criteria to judge a candidate. That's not something that you will do inside a company. You will do development only, okay, or something related to development. So for me, they changed the interviewer actually. In this, actually it happened in this campus itself, in e-learning itself. In I think I don't know where it happened. I think in the the placement department, it happened. So they changed the interview and someone actually took the development round for me. So it is real, it is factual. You can try to prove it, it is true. Even the sir who took my interview is no more in ICERU. He has changed to some other company. But he was a nice guy. Thanks to him, I got a job.
So, sir, I'm going to intern at JP Morgan after 3 or 4 months. So, what should I do in these 3 months? Like gain some new skills or getting some more internships to get the industrial experience or real world project experience?
First of all, congratulations. You have got a very great job. So, like, if you are in still that mindset that you still want to learn more, kudos to that. Okay. Someone who actually cracks an internship gets so much possessed about a thing that they forgot that there is a life outside. Okay. So first of all, enjoy the moment, celebrate it. But if you want to get on track and want to learn more, there are ample amount of skill set available. If you are not good at cloud, go learn cloud. If you are not good at AI, try to learn AI skills. There are plenty of YouTube courses available. Certifications are available. Try to do the certifications. And even if by AWS, plenty of certifications are available. I can show it to you. So you can try to maybe do the foundational ones. You can maximize your time by solving problems, maybe applying to other companies also. If you are aiming to get something maybe better, you can maximize your time. You can negotiate with other that I already have offer. Okay, so yeah, these are the ideas you can try out. All done, I think.
I have a question, sir.
You also have a question.
My question is about cold DM and cold mail actually. What is the right way to reach out to people?
Good question. So what I was doing for internships and freelancing, when I was applying, let's say I applied for XYZ company, I tried to reach out to any senior members who are actually maybe involved in the hiring process. They could be maybe in the managerial role, they could be someone who is some engineer, higher level engineer, maybe let's say SD2, SD3 like that. So I try to approach them because like let's say it is a startup and they do not have any referral portal or something like very extraordinary. They just simply have, it's a very simple scale startup which does not have any referral portal or something. You directly have to cold DM people to help reach out your resume to the HR. So they will push the resume to HR, right? So this is, I try to cold DM people, even email. I don't know if you know this, like when I was actually doing this, all this, from iServer to AWS, I got a call from Zomato. So Zomato actually does not hire like this. Okay, if you know, so if you go to career portal in Zomato, okay, they do not hire anyone. Okay, Zomato ka career portal mein jobs nahi hota, so they only hire through referrals. So if you email, there was a post, someone actually in LinkedIn posted, and they were hiring at this email ID. I copied the email ID and did a cold DM. I got an interview call at 10:30 midnight. Okay, so I got a call, they interviewed me, and actually I got AWS, so I rejected the offer. So yeah, kind of those things. Yeah, I hope that answers.
Okay, sir. So we'll move to the last segment. That is going to be a rapid fire session.
Okay.
Okay. So you got to answer in yes or no, or in a single sentence.
Okay. Crazy.
So the first question is console or CLI?
Console.
Dark mode must or optional?
Dark mode must.
Music while walking or silence?
Music.
Early deployer or last minute tester?
Last minute tester.
Remote work or office?
Remote, always.
EC2 or Lambda?
EC2.
Load balancer, friend of foe?
Load balancer.
As in a friend of foe?
Friend.
Best moment with Adda photo?
Where did you get this question? So, if anyone doesn't know, Adda 420 was a gang of us, 20-30 people, who actually did a lot of things that couldn't be spoken out here. But best moment, we went midnight at 3 a.m. with 10 bikes, and we went to, what was the place? I think some dhaba or something. I forgot, okay. We went somewhere, even we went for this place, Devjaran, we went and we got caught in hostel, okay. Our seniors caught us, there was proper fight, and somehow faculties knew, everything happened. Almost we were thrown out of college, we just survived. Yeah, best moment.
Monolith or microservices?
Microservices.
Serverless, future or niche?
Future.
CI/CD mandatory or optional?
Mandatory, of course.
Friday deployments, yes or no?
Oh God, no. No.
Certifications, yes or no?
Yes.
DevOps tooling or mindset?
Mindset.
AI plus cloud, game changer or hype?
Game changer.
Now the final part. Biggest mistake cloud beginners make?
To think there is no career in cloud.
One AWS skill that compounds fastest?
Kubernetes. EKS.
If you had 90 days to learn AWS, how do you focus on?
Start with basics, Linux, Docker, Kubernetes. Maybe good at operating system. Learn basic tools like S3, EC2, Lambda. Focus on basics. Try to deploy projects. Get back when your basics done, move to higher concepts like EKS.
Your one-line advice to this student?
This is a very rapid fire. I couldn't think much, but enjoy every bit of college. This is not going to come again. Firstly, secondly, when I say this, that nothing is going to come back, neither your career is going to come back. Quite important, very deep. Okay, if someone could get this, they could get this. I won't say much more than this. Okay.
With this, we are ending today's session. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Stream.